Defenses work? Tell me that's not working, dude. Tell me that's not working. And it's gone. I'm not missing a beat here, Loso. Make sure to keep an eye on me, man. I ain't missing a beat, bro. The waves. Oh shit, dude. I think we need to do more defenses here, though. What do you guys think? Next time. Just plop some down here. Until we use the area. Loso making me lock in. Look at him. Let me dance with you, man. Let me do a dance with you, man. No thief will escape me. Dude, Loso, bro. Don't fuck.
Why is this mic not working? Is that working now? Can you hear me now? It says I've got levels. Better? Yes. Alright. Lovely. I have no idea what happened there. I just re-added the same microphone settings as before, and now it's working. We'll go with that. Thank you for letting me know. I didn't notice the audio levels weren't going up. So strange. Thank you. I appreciate it. Hear you nice, Turnip. Loud and clear. Thank you. Hello, Steady. Hello, hello. How are we all doing? Hello, Sue. My goodness, guys. Hello. the cat. Tap, tap on your way back. And now it's not showing Brighter Shores. There we go. Oh wait, no, that was my fault. I was in the 500 party. Oh. What a powerful entrance. Yeah. Hell yeah. How are you doing?
Read me a page, you naughty boy.
Oh, straight into the pages as well. My goodness. Right, I definitely... So this is going to be a page ready stream. Because it's 112 now. We got so many subs, so many page redeems when I was playing Final Fantasy that I just have to. I just have to do some knuckle down reading. I'm a little bit... I was having a good day, but it was spoiled right at the end before streaming. In the time between dinner and having to drop Mrs. Turnip off for the work run, I was trying to get my animated emote working. I'm working on a happy waving turnip. And it just won't export to GIF. It just won't export to GIF. And I've been wrestling with it for maybe 2 hours. It's a very simple animation, but I worked very hard on it. I just can't get it to export. I was so frustrated. I've been through reams of Google, but that's useless now because AI has completely wrecked it. So I was trying other searches as well, and all the solutions people were giving me just came up plumb nothing. Plumb nothing. I mean, I can still show you all what it looked like. It's very, very basic. Very, very simple. But let's see. If I pop this up here, does it still... There we go. So this is what I had, and it just waves. Don't know why that's not coming up in the stream. Of it waving. That's weird. Huh. Okay, I have no idea why it didn't show you it waving on stream there. I don't know how animation software works, but yeah, love it. I love it too, but Lord help me, I can't get it to work. Travel it. I'd like so much work I tried to put into it as well, and I cannot get it to work at all. So I'm gonna put it away for now. I'll have to come back to it at a later date. I was really hoping to have gotten it out today. Just make a GIF. That's exactly what I was getting it to do, Losu. Genuinely. Like, that's the answer I get on Reddit and stuff like that, and I swear I'm ready to throttle people with that answer. Upload the image to a random GIF maker. It already animates though, Losu. It's already a GIF. It just won't export it. I swear. Like, I don't need it to put it into any kind of conversion software or take it to Adobe or whatever sugary shite to get the background keyed out of the thing. It's already done. I'm so angry. I am so angry. Oh, I was ready to rip the PC apart. You know when you've done all the legwork of a project, anything, and it's not as if I even wanted a really complicated one. It was going to be my first bit of animation thing, but I swear, I was about to run this chair through my monitor. I was so exasperated. So exasperated. The final drum of turnipy patience was run dry. I was out of turnip juice. Swear. Hit it with a hammer. I wish I could. If there was a comical software hitting hammer that I could use, I swear. It would have been in bits. Yeah. There's part of my rant. I've no doubt I'm going to explode at some point later. I know it's there. It's really frustrating me. I know it's there waiting to be finished, and it's so close. It just needs rendered, and it won't do it, and I'm... I didn't want to put it down. I was squeezing every minute before I said I was going to go live. Just to try to work. Oh, it just wouldn't do it. Oh, you didn't have a blank background. Losu. Losu. Don't start. Don't start. You're repeating the words that everybody else has been saying to me. I've already nearly ripped them new ones. It has a blank background. Do I have to show you again? Look. Right, why and... Why does it always freeze on the first image? I don't get that. That's so strange. It doesn't seem to want to show you the actual thing. No blank back off. Losu. Losu. I'm gonna show you this damn thing working. I'm gonna show you it working. In all its glory. That's not the page. That's not the page. I don't know why. I don't know why it's not picking up the whole thing. I swear, it's so annoying. Why can't I even get it to animate in front of you guys? What's going on? What if I... Aha. Ahaha. Ah. Here we go. Oh, give me the resize thing. Thank you. Right, light. Okay. Watch. No background color, and there we go. It works. See? It's done. It's animated. That's all I wanted to do, was wave its little hand in a jolly hello. I was going to animate the face and stuff like that, but I can maybe work on that later. But it would at least work for now. What's the background layer? 0. Empty. Nothing. The background layer is not the important part. Even if it rendered with a background losu right now, I'd be happy. It's not rendering at all. I'm gonna die on this thing. Like, I swear, it's driving me insane. But look at it. Look at what I made, and it just won't work. It is a cute wave. I can get it to... You know what? I could change its eye color. I could export it as an MP4 and then try to get it to change it then. But when I tried to do that, Twitch didn't want it. Twitch didn't want it. It was like, nope, not compatible. It was under the file size. It was a square GIF like it asked. And then Twitch didn't take it. And I just, at that point, I died. I was done. I was done for the night. But yeah. Maybe, maybe I'll come back to it, but not right now. Not right now. It's the effort that counts. Yeah, but as someone who likes to delete my art a lot, when it's finally something I really like, it's frustrating when it's just down to stupid little software issues. And I know there's stupid little software issues. I know the solution is going to be so simple. I will be looking back on my rage that I had today, all embarrassed that I was even acting out in that manner. But it doesn't make it better. Better delete your Twitch account and start all over. I'm considering it. How's everybody else doing? How are you all? I've had my little fizz. There we go. Turnip got angry. I know often people thought it wasn't possible for it to ever happen, but yeah, I got angry. Steady, okay-ish. I guess I've been having a bit of an art block today. Ooh, vibe check. On a scale of I could nap for hours to let's take over the world, where's the vibe at? Who is vibe check? Take over the world in a blaze of rage. Take over the world. Oh, it's Losu. See, I've been having the opposite, Steady. I haven't had an art block. Honestly, I was rocketing through that Turnip. I got the rest of its color render complete. I managed to get the little hand animated. in a simple way, admittedly, but enough for an emote. And then it was technology let me down. Let down by the tech. What can I say? What can I say? Come to Stream Manager. Yeah. So I'm gonna settle in for the night. Play some Brighter Shores. I'm gonna ignore it. You know what I'm gonna actually do? I'm gonna close the software. Because if I leave it open, it's every time I touch the taskbar, it's gonna stare at me. Breathe. Yeah. There we go. Okay. We will finish off this sheep lead wire. And how far can I go with this? I've got to find bison. Okay. And then I will read some Oliver Twist. There we go. That's the plan. That's the plan for today. And I'll probably get straight into it, to be honest. I'm in need of it. I'm in need of the book reading. Time to chill out. It's totally got to me, though. I am unsteadied. The problem is I'm out of solutions as well, so I couldn't even think what I should do if I even needed to. Okay, and it was quicker to go to this. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-da. Let's go. Okay, I've got Oliver Twist up. I'll put up the cozy warnings. You may join in if you wish. And we'll get some book reading done. Let's see if I can knock out some of these 112 pages we've now managed to gather. So, "Do you hear, Workus?" said Noah Claypole. "Lord Noah," said Charlotte. "What a rum creature you are. Why don't you let the boy alone?" "Let him alone?" said Noah. Why, everybody lets him alone enough, for that matter of that. Neither his father nor his mother will ever interfere with him. All his relations let him have his own way pretty well, eh, Charlotte? Oh, you queer soul, said Charlotte, bursting into a healthy laugh, in which she was joined by Noah. After which, they both looked scornfully at poor Oliver Twist as he sat shivering on the box in the coldest corner of the room, and ate the stale pieces which had been specially reserved for him. Noah was a charity boy, but not a workhouse orphan. No chance child was he, for he could trace his genealogy all the way back to his parents, who lived hard by, his mother being a washerwoman and his father a drunken soldier, discharged with a wooden leg and a diurnal pension of 2 halfpenny and an unstatable fraction. The shop boys in the neighbourhood had long been in the habit of branding Noah in the public streets with the ignominious epithets of leathers, charity, and the like, and Noah had borne them without reply. But now that fortune had cast in his way a nameless orphan, at whom even the meanest could point the finger of scorn, he retorted on him with interest. This affords charming food for contemplation. It shows us what a beautiful thing human nature may be, and how impartially the same amiable qualities are developed in the finest lord and the dirtiest charity boy. Oliver had been sojourning at the undertaker's some 3 weeks or a month. Mr. and Mrs. Sowerberry, the shop being shut up, were taking their supper in the little back parlour where Mr. Sowerberry, after several deferential glances at his wife, said, "My dear." He was going to say more, but Mrs. Sowerberry looked up with a peculiarly unpropitious aspect. He stopped short. "Well?" said Mrs. Sowerberry sharply. "Nothing, my dear. Nothing," said Mr. Sowerberry. "You brute," said Mrs. Sowerberry. "Not at all, my dear," said Mr. Sowerberry humbly. "I thought you didn't want to hear, my dear. I was only going to say—" "Oh, don't tell me what you were going to say," interposed Mrs. Sowerberry. "I am nobody. Don't consult me, pray. I don't want to intrude upon your secrets." As Mrs. Sowerberry said this, she gave an hysterical laugh, which threatened violent consequences. "But, my dear," said Sowerberry, "I want to ask your advice." No, don't ask mine," replied Mrs. Sowerberry in an affecting manner. "Ask somebody else's. Here." There was another hysterical laugh, which frightened Mr. Sowerberry very much. This is a very common and much approved matrimonial course of treatment, which is often very effective. It at once reduced Mr. Sowerberry to begging, as a special favour, to be allowed to say what Mrs. Sowerberry was most curious to hear. After a short duration, the permission was most graciously conceded. "It's only about young Twist, my dear," said Mr. Sowerberry. "Very good-looking boy, that, my dear." "He need be, for he eats enough," observed the lady. "There's an expression of melancholy in his face, my dear," resumed Mr. Sowerberry, "which is very interesting. He would make a delightful mute, my love." Mrs. Sowerberry looked up with an expression of considerable wonderment. Mr. Sowerberry remarked it, and, without allowing time for any observation on the good lady's part, proceeded. "I don't mean a regular mute to attend grown-up people, my dear, but only for children's practice. It would be very new to have a mute in proportion, my dear. You may depend upon it, it should have superb effect." Mrs. Sowerberry, who had a good deal of taste in the undertaking way, was much struck by the novelty of this idea, but, as it would have been compromising her dignity to have said so under existing circumstances, she merely inquired, with much sharpness, why such an obvious suggestion had not presented itself to her husband's mind before. Mr. Sowerberry rightly construed this as an acquiescence in his proposition. It was speedily determined, therefore, that Oliver should be at once initiated into the mysteries of the trade, and, with this view, that he should accompany his master on the very next occasion of his services being required. The occasion was not long in coming. Half an hour after breakfast next morning, Mr. Bumble entered the shop, and, supporting his cane against the counter, drew forth his large leathern pocket book, from which he selected a small scrap of paper, which he handed to Mr. Sobery. Said the undertaker, glancing over it with a lively countenance. An order for a coffin, For a coffin first, and a parochial funeral afterwards, replied Mr. Bumble, fastening the strap of the leather pocketbook, which, like himself, was very corpulent. There we go. I'm feeling better already. So let's... There we go. Spider Knuckles! Welcome, welcome. Hello, hello. Yeah. This is a big rolling pot, so you have to be very, very careful. Many will tell you always PP info, Turnip's pot. But it usually has quite a sizable prize to get from it, so. Which I might try to pinch myself. No such luck. Dun, dun. Okay. Here we go. Back to it. Baton, said the undertaker, looking from the scrap of paper to Mr. Bumble. I never heard of the name before. Bumble shook his head as he replied. Obstinate people, Mr. Sobery. Very obstinate. Proud too, I'm afraid, sir. Proud, eh? Exclaimed Mr. Sobery with a sneer. Come, that's too much. Oh, it's sickening, replied the beadle. Antimonial, Mr. Sobery. So it is, acquiesced the undertaker. We only heard of the family the night before last, said the beadle, and we shouldn't have known anything about them then. Only a woman who lodges in the same house made an application to the parochial committee for them to send the parochial surgeon to see a woman, as was very bad. He had gone out to dinner, but his prentice, which is a very clever lad, sent him some medicine in a blackened bottle offhand. Ah, there's promptness, said the undertaker. Promptness indeed, replied the beadle. But what's the consequence? What's the ungrateful behaviour of these rebels, sir? Why, the husband sends back word that the medicine won't suit his wife's complaint, and so she shan't take it. Says she shan't take it, sir. Good, strong, wholesome medicine, as was given with great success to 2 Irish labourers and a coal heaver, only a week before. Sent him for nothing with a blacking bottle, and he sends back word that she shan't take it, sir. As the atrocity presented itself to Mr. Bumble's mind in full force, he struck the counter sharply with his cane, and became flushed with indignation. Well, said the undertaker, I never did. Never did, sir, ejaculated the beadle. No, nor nobody never did. But now she's dead. We've got to bury her, and that's the direction, and the sooner it's done, the better. Thus saying, Mr. Bumble put on his cocked hat wrong side first, in a fever of parochial excitement, and flounced out of the shop. Why, he was so angry, Oliver, that he forgot even to ask after you, said Mr. Sobery, looking after the beadle as he strode down the street. Yes, sir, replied Oliver, who was carefully kept himself out of sight during the interview, and who was shaking from head to foot at the mere recollection of the sound of Mr. Bumble's voice. He needn't have taken the trouble to shrink from Mr. Bumble's glance, however, for that functionary, on whom the prediction of the gentleman in the white waistcoat had made a very strong impression, though that now the undertaker had got Oliver upon trial the subject was better avoided, until such time as he should be firmly bound for 7 years, and all danger of his being returned upon the hands of the parish should be thus effectually and legally overcome. Well, said Mr. Sobery, taking up his hat, the sooner this job is done, the better. Noah, look after the shop. Oliver, put on your cap and come with me. Oliver obeyed and followed his master on his professional mission. They walked on for some time through the most crowded and densely inhabited part of the town, and then, striking down a narrow street more dirty and miserable than any they had passed through, paused to look for the house which was the object of their search. The houses on either side were high and large, but very old, and tenanted by people of the poorest class, as their neglected appearance would have sufficiently denoted, without the concurrent testimony afforded by the squalid looks of the few men and women who, with the folded arms and bodies half doubled, occasionally skulked along. A great many of the tenements had shop fronts, but these were fast closed and mouldering away, only the upper rooms being inhabited. Some houses, which had become insecure from age and decay, were prevented from falling into the street by huge beams of wood reared against the walls and firmly planted in the road. But even these crazy dens seemed to have been selected at the nightly haunts for some houseless wretches, for many of the rough boards which supplied the place of a door and window were wrenched from their positions, to afford an aperture wide enough for the passage of a human body. The kennel was stagnant and filthy. The very rats which here and there lay putrefying in its rottenness were hideous with famine. There was neither knocker nor bell handle at the door where Oliver and his master stopped. So, groping his way cautiously through the dark passage, and bidding Oliver keep close to him and not be afraid, the undertaker mounted to the top of the first flight of stairs. Stumbling against a door on the landing, he rapped at it with his knuckles. It was opened by a young girl of 13 or 14. The undertaker at once saw enough of what the room contained to know it was the apartment to which he had been directed. He stepped in, and Oliver followed him. Kaboom. There we go. Lovely. Lovely, lovely. Back to the tannery. Tanning hides. Reading books. What a night. My goodness, Wash, you're snoring loud. Deary me. Skip-a-dip-a-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Okay, more sheep. Thank you, friends. When is the next? So we'll go over it. 94 hour. Quite a bit away. That's fine. That's fine. I think I actually have the levels to complete Lost and Found. I'll probably need to do that later tonight as well. And that'll be another big quest done. I've been slowly in my off-stream time working on the Hope Forest levels as well, to get my way through Forgotten Things. But lovely. Cozy, cozy, cozy. Let's do this. Definitely want to get under the 100 page mark, that's for sure. There was no fire in the room, but a man was crouching mechanically over the empty stove. An old woman, too, had drawn a low stool to the cold hearth, and was sitting beside him. There were some ragged children in another corner, and in a small recess opposite the door, there lay upon the ground something covered with an old blanket. Oliver shuddered as he cast his eyes towards the place, and crept involuntarily closer to his master, for though it was covered up, the boy felt that it was a corpse. The man's face was thin and very pale. His hair and beard were grisly, his eyes were bloodshot. The old woman's face was wrinkled, her 2 remaining teeth protruded over her underlip, and very eyes were bright and piercing. Oliver was afraid to look at either her or the man. They seemed so like the rats he had seen outside. "Nobody shall go near her," said the man, starting fiercely up as the Undertaker approached the recess. "Keep back, damn you! Keep back if you're a life to lose." "Nonsense, my good man," said the Undertaker, who was pretty well used to misery in all its shapes. "Nonsense." "I tell you," said the man, clenching his hands and stamping furiously on the floor, "I tell you I won't have her put into the ground. She couldn't rest there. The worms would worry her, not eat her. She is so worn away." The Undertaker offered no reply to this raving, but produced a tape from his pocket, knelt down for a moment by the side of the body. "Ah," said the man, bursting into tears, and sinking on his knees at the feet of the dead woman. Kneel down, kneel round her, every one of you, and mark my words. I say she was starved to death. I never knew how bad she was till the fever came upon her, and then her bones were starting through her skin. There was neither fire nor candle. She died in the dark. In the dark. She couldn't have seen the faces of her children, though we heard her gasping out their names. I begged for her in the streets, and they sent me to prison. When I came back, she was dying, and all the blood in my heart was dried up, for they starved her to death. I swear it before the God that saw it, they starved her. He twined his hands in his hair, and with a loud scream rolled grovellingly upon the floor, his eyes fixed and the foam covering his lips. The terrified children cried bitterly, but the old woman, who had hitherto remained as quiet as if she had the holy death to all that had passed, menaced them into silence. Having unloosened the cravat of the man who still remained extended on the ground, she tottered towards the Undertaker. "She was my daughter," said the old woman, nodding her head in the direction of the corpse, and speaking with an idiotic leer, more ghastly than even the presence of death in such a place. "Lord, Lord, well, it is strange that I, who gave birth to her, and was a woman then, should be alive and merry now, and she lying there, so cold and stiff. Lord, Lord, to think of it. It's as good as a play, as good as a play." As the wretched creature mumbled and chuckled in her hideous merriment, the Undertaker turned to go away. "Stop, stop," said the old woman in a loud whisper. "Will she be buried tomorrow, or next day, or tonight? I laid her out, and I must walk, you know. Send me a large cloak, a good warm one, for it is bitter cold. We should have cake and wine too, before we go. Never mind, send some bread. Only a loaf of bread and a cup of water. Shall we have some bread, dear?" she said, eagerly, catching at the Undertaker's coat, as he once more moved towards the door. Yes, yes, said the Undertaker, of course. Anything you like. He disengaged himself from the old woman's grasp, and, drawing Oliver after him, hurried away. The next day, the family having been meanwhile relieved with a half-quartern loaf and a piece of cheese, left with them by Mr. Bumble himself. Oliver and his master returned to the miserable abode, where Mr. Bumble had already arrived, accompanied by 4 men from the workhouse who were to act as bearers. An old black cloak had been thrown over the rags of the old woman and the man, and the bare coffin, having been screwed down, was hoisted onto the shoulders of the bearers and carried into the street. "Now you must put your best leg foremost, old lady," whispered Sorbury in the old woman's ear. "We are rather late, and it won't do to keep the clergyman waiting. Move on, my men, as quick as you like." Thus directed, the bearers trotted on under their light burden, and the 2 mourners kept as near them as they could. Mr. Bumble and Sorbury walked at a good smart pace in front, and Oliver, whose legs were not so long as his master's, ran by the side. There was not so great a necessity for hurrying as Mr. Sorbury had anticipated. However, for when they reached the obscure corner of the churchyard in which the nettles grew and where the parish graves were made, the clergyman had not arrived, and the clerk, who was sitting in the vestry room fire, seemed to think it by no means improbable that it might be an hour or so before he came. So, they put the bier on the brink of the grave, and the 2 mourners waited patiently in the damp clay with a cold rain drizzling down, while the ragged boys whom the spectacles had attracted into the churchyard played a noisy game at hide-and-seek among the tombstones, or varied their amusements by jumping backwards and forwards over the coffin. Mr. Sorbury and Bumble, being personal friends of the clerk, sat by the fire with him and read the paper. There we go. Actually got 4 pages done in that one. Boop, 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 boop. Let's go. Dropping pages. Nice. Okay, friends, I need more sheep. Thank you, friends. What am I actually doing for money? Oh, plenty. Plenty, plenty. Okay. Cozy, cozy, cozy. Here we go. At length, after a lapse of something more than an hour, Mr. Bumble and Sorbury and the clerk were seen running towards the grave. Immediately afterwards, the clergyman appeared, putting on his surplice as he came along. Mr. Bumble then thrashed a boy or 2 to keep up appearances, and the reverend gentleman, having read as much of the burial service as could be compressed into 4 minutes, gave his surplice to the clerk, and walked away again. "Now, Bill," said Mr. Sorbury to the gravedigger, "fill up." It was no very difficult task, for the grave was so full that the uppermost coffin was within a few feet of the surface. The gravedigger shovelled in the earth, stamped it loosely down with his feet, shouldered his spade, and walked off and followed by the boys, who murmured very loud complaints at the fun being over so soon. "Come, my good fellow," said Bumble, tapping the old man on the back. "They want to shut up the yard." The man, who had never once moved since he had taken his station by the graveside, started, raised his head, stared at the person who had addressed him, walked forward a few paces, and fell down in a swoon. The crazy old woman was too much occupied in bewailing the loss of her cloak, which the undertaker had taken off, to pay him any attention, so they threw a can of cold water over him, and when he came to, saw him safely out of the churchyard, locked the gate, and departed on their different ways. Well, Oliver, said Sowerby as they walked home, how do you like it? Pretty well, thank you, sir, replied Oliver, with considerable hesitation. Not very much, sir. You'll get used to it in time, Oliver, said Sowerby. Nothing when you are used to it, my boy. Oliver wondered in his own mind whether it had taken a very long time to get Mr. Sowerby used to it, but he thought it better not to ask the question, and walked back to the shop, thinking over all he had seen and heard. Oh, I'll get your message after, Raka. Chapter 6. Oliver, being goaded by the taunts of Noah, rouses into action and rather astonishes him. The month's trial over. Oliver was formally apprenticed. It was a nice sickly season just at this time. In commercial phrase, coffins were looking up, and in the course of a few weeks, Oliver acquired a great deal of experience. The success of Mr. Sowerby's ingenious speculation exceeded even his most sanguine hopes. The oldest inhabitants recollected no period at which measles had been so prevalent, or so fatal to infant existence, and many were the mournful processions which little Oliver headed, in a hat band reaching down to his knees, to the indescribable admiration and emotion of all the mothers in the town. As Oliver accompanied his master in most of his adult expeditions too, in order that he might acquire that equanimity of demeanour and full command of nerve which was essential to a finished undertaker, he had many opportunities of observing the beautiful resignation and fortitude with which some strong-minded people bear their trials and losses. For instance, when Sowerby had an order for the burial of some rich old lady or gentleman who was surrounded by a great number of nephews and nieces, who had been perfectly inconsolable during the previous illness, and whose grief had been wholly irrepressible, even on the most public occasions, they would be as happy among themselves as need be, quite cheerful and contented, conversing together with as much freedom and gaiety as if nothing whatever had happened to disturb them. Husbands, too, bore the loss of their wives with the most heroic calmness. Wives, again, put on weeds for their husbands, as if so far from grieving in the garb of sorrow, they had made up their minds to render it as becoming and attractive as possible. It was observable, too, that ladies and gentlemen who were in passions of anguish during the ceremony of interment recovered almost as soon as they reached home, and became quite composed before the tea drinking was over. All this was very pleasant and improving to see, and Oliver beheld it with great admiration. Hello, Twisty! How are you doing? Congrats on reaching 370 followers goals. We're getting very, very close to 400, Twisty. We're doing it. And we can say it's been since the Turnip reaching the tannery that kind of leap in follows started. Tannery on top. It's huge, bro. Turnip's the best streamer ever. Don't I know it. Raka, this carpentry workshop looks really weird. Is as the legends describe it to be. Welcome to your true home. I think I saw Raka in the tannery. Twisty, see how much nicer I am to you than you to me? Oh, absolutely undeniable, Twisty. I am the first to point out that I am a bitch. I'm not even going to try and defend myself. Sassy bitch. Ah, you missed it, Twisty. I was having a little bit of a rage earlier.
When can I leave to be on my own? I've got the whole world to see.
I've been raging at animation software. The reason I started going so quiet in your stream, Twisty, was I was wrestling with animation software. I couldn't get it to export the GIF that I needed. And oh, we're back under 100 pages. Look at that, 99. Beautiful. There we go. I knew I could do it. Yeah, I can only imagine. Everything was going right. It was going so well. It's a lovely, cute little Hello-Z animation, and I can't get it on Twitch. I can't get it to work on Twitch. So frustrating. So frustrating. Sad stuff. It is. Would you like to see it? Others got to see it. I got frustrated doing the payout interviews for affiliate, let alone animating. Yeah. Here we go. Where are you? Boop. Look. Now, it's not much, but that was a lot of work. That's so good. I know, I'm so happy with it. But can I get it to export as a GIF that'll actually work on Twitch? No. I cannot. And I did it, like, with all the parameters it specifically asked for. Yes, Losu, I see you messaging there. I haven't read what you said, but I am raging about this again. I can't let it go. I can't let it go. The solution has to be simpler than what I'm investing in. So good, should export it as a GIF. We'll see. If we ever meet, I'm not gonna kill you, but I'll certainly bring you close. Maybe animate the eyes, a blink or something. Well, this is the thing, Twisty. I was gonna animate it further. Like, I was gonna maybe make its eyes blink or make its mouth move or puff up or something like that. But I just thought, you know, I'll get the basic one in. I can, Rip, is the stream dead? Or no, just Rip in general. So yeah, I would animate the eyes and stuff like that later. Like, this was kind of the practice to get me going. I'm confident now that I could actually do more frame-by-frame stuff. But if I can't get it to export, if I can't get it to work, I don't know what to do. Like, I don't want to put more investment into it if I can't get it to just... Yeah. I keep playing with it. Looks like it's jerking someone off now. Really? Don't say that. Oh, it kind of does, doesn't it? Maybe I should have the hand a little higher, but then that would just look like it's jerking off somebody standing above him. Guys, there's already a sexy turnip. Don't sexy up this one. It's the thumb placement. Yeah. Yeah, maybe I should extend the thumb out a bit. That's actually not as difficult to adjust as you might think. But yeah, sexy up all the turnips. You know what? I just leave it. People can use it as a hello, or they can use it as whatever they like. That's the beauty of emotes, isn't it? They should become the jerk off. I'm just. I'm so upset. I'm so upset that it hasn't worked. I'll get it working though. The happy face makes it even better now. How are you doing, Ash? It's good to see you. I wasn't ignoring you there, but yeah, I'm glad you think the turnip emote looks good. Whether or not I can get it onto Twitch is another story, though. It's still whip. It's still whip. And I'm angry about it. I really thought I would have it up by the stream. I really thought I'd have it up by the stream. Jerk off turnip. They do actually check your emotes, Twisty. I was very pleased that Turnip Teas actually got through. But I think if I made it any more lewd than that, it probably won't. You'll notice that if you try to upload emotes, it kind of gives you it as a freebie for a bit. And they will... They're that harsh? No, not really. What'll happen is, so right now, because I haven't broken any of the rules, if I upload an emote, it almost goes up instantly. Like a refresh of the page makes it go up. If for any reason they think it's too lewd or rude or goes against their policies or whatever, they take that emote down, and then when you want to post up future emotes, you have to wait for them to assess it, and then it goes up. So there ends up becoming a waiting period on anything you upload after that. Which, you know, it's fair, I guess, but I'd rather not have that. So that's why the Turnip Teas is still quite covered up. But how are you doing, man? You had a great stream, by the way. You had quite a number of people watching you by the end of it. Really good short stream, by the way, Twisty, as well. You kept that really short, really tidy. I liked it. I liked your method on that. It's Raka, you wish Carpenter Forever. When I first went on that stream, I thought, oh, a short stream, you know, that'd be nice. Be over by the time I'm having dinner and stuff. Yeah, I don't understand it. Very short. 10 hours plus. It's longer than I stream most times. See, it's difficult to put it down, isn't it? You were mocking me for being up at 4 in the morning, sometimes 5 in the morning streaming. Oh, it's so funny, pointing fingers at Turnip there. They say they don't stay up too late, and I see them at 4 in the morning all the time.
Read me a page, you naughty boy.
Oh, Shoreline, of course you put it back up to 100s. Not chopping trees today, Shoreline, no. I need something a little bit more passive for reading pages. But I'm getting the levels on the way. I think it's only 10 more levels I need in woodcutting for the quest. I think it's 50 you need in Carpenter. And then I think people say between 55 and 60 on the old Scout to do the Forgotten Things quest. Oh, it's got audio now. Yes, Twisty. It's got audio now. I was missing people's pages when they were redeemed if I was reading. So a little audio cue now makes it a little bit easier for me to keep on track. And it's a little quieter than myself, so it doesn't interrupt it too much. Hey, it's purple. Yeah. Very nice. Yes. Yes. It sounds kind of dirty as well. This came up yesterday. We had a games night with friends, and we're playing Formula D, which is like a board game that simulates Formula 1 and other kind of race car driving. And I was trying to tell somebody about a rule about how you could end up getting damaged if you come up the rear of another car. And they just burst out laughing, saying that me saying come up the rear is just intensely raunchy. Everybody else around the table was saying innuendos out the wazoo, and nobody commented. You summoned me? Oh, there we go. Mayhem was there. That was one of the people playing the board games with us. Yes, exactly. It's lewd as F. I just made... You know what I did? I just fired up the microphone and I just recorded, "Read me a page, you naughty boy." And that's just how I say that. I don't think it's lewd. Maybe it's because of the headphones I can't hear myself. "Read me a page, you naughty boy." That sounds normal. Who knows? Maybe that's why so many people enjoy coming on the tour buses with me. Oh my. Well, she's pooped. He's got the O.J. Allen bandana on right now as well. He really, really likes that bandana, but I don't want to pick him up right now to show people. Maybe he'll wake up later in the day. And people can see it. But yeah, we will get through these sheets and we'll read more pages, shall we? This was going to be my page ready day. Ooh. Just need to send a message to Mrs. Turnip there. Be good. Love you lotsies. Kissy love emojis. There we go. Oh, it's 2000. Can I swipe it? Nope. But yeah. Yeah, I'll keep working on that emote and I will get it to you guys. I will get it. The turnip wave emote. Despite how others are already describing it. I'm going to keep that hand the same shape. Don't care. You can use it as you wish. I can't change it now. I was happy with it. We're going to leave it like that. I thought it would be really nice though. I thought like if we were raiding people or you wanted to use it as you came into the stream or something like that, you could just fire up that turnip and it would wave its hand at you. And then Twisty comes in. Who says they're always oh so nice to me. And starts saying my little turnip is beating people. Scooch, scooch, scoochy doo dooch. Right, okay. Let's cozy, cozy, cozy. Do, do, do. Get yourselves cozy. And we will fire on with Oliver Twisty. interestingly enough. It was asked that I say Twisty every time his surname comes up. So, we ended up winning the game last night after I left Turnip. It was me, Mayhem. It was me. I had quite a substantial lead. That Oliver Twisty was moved to resignation by the example of these good people.
Pineapple tour start, the dance in the air. Hop, step, jump, it's a lovely affair. Crenopolis marbles, oh what a sight.
You guys really don't want to see that page counter go down.
Pineapple groove, let's move and ride. Party all night with these vibes we'll ride. And now let's dance to the beat so alive. Hop, step, jump, feel the thrill.
Thank you, Steady. Thank you very much. Shoreline will be definitely happy with that as well. You guys. I love you. I love you all. That Oliver Twist was moved to resignation by the example of these good people. I cannot, although I am his biographer, undertake to affirm with any degree of confidence, but I can most distinctly say that for many months he continued meekly to submit to the domination and ill treatment of Noah Claypole, who used him far worse than before, now that his jealousy was roused by seeing the new boy promoted to the Black Stick and Hat Band. While he, the old one, remained stationary in the muffin cap and leathers. Charlotte treated him ill because Noah did, and Mrs. Sorbury was his decided enemy because Mr. Sorbury was disposed to be his friend. So, between these three on one side and a glut of funerals on the other, Oliver was not altogether as comfortable as the hungry pig was when he was shut up by mistake in the grain department of a brewery. And now I come to a very important passage in Oliver's history, for I have to record an act, slight and unimportant perhaps in appearance, but which indirectly produced a material change in all his future prospects and proceedings. One day, Oliver and Noah had descended into the kitchen at the usual dinner hour to banquet upon a small joint of mutton, 1.5 pounds of the worst end of the neck, when Charlotte, being carried out of the way, were ensued a brief interval of time which Noah Claypole, being hungry and vicious, considered he could not possibly devote to a worthier purpose than aggravating and tantalizing young Oliver Twisty. Intent upon this innocent amusement, Noah put his feet on the tablecloth and pulled Oliver's hair and twitched his ears and expressed his opinion that he was a sneak, and furthermore announced his intention of coming to see him hanged, whenever that desirable event should take place, and entered upon various topics of petty annoyance. Like a malicious and ill-conditioned charity boy as he was. But, making Oliver cry, Noah attempted to be more facetious still, and in his attempt did what many sometimes do to this day when they want to be funny. He got rather personal. "Workus," said Noah. "How's your mother?" "She's dead," replied Oliver. "Don't you say anything about her to me." Oliver's colour rose as he said this. He breathed quickly, and there was a curious working of the mouth and nostrils, which Mr. Claypole thought must be the immediate precursor of a violent fit of crying. Under this impression, he returned to the charge. "What did she die of, Workus?" said Noah. "Of a broken heart. Some of our old nurses told me," replied Oliver, more as if he were talking to himself than answering Noah. "I think I know what it must be to die of that." "Toldy-roll-o-lol, frightful Larry, Workus," said Noah, as a tear rolling down Oliver's cheek. "What set you snivelling now?" "Not you," replied Oliver sharply. "There, that's enough. Don't say anything more to me about her. You better not." "Better not?" exclaimed Noah. "Well, better not, Workus. don't be impudent. Your mother too. She was a nice un, she was. Oh, Lor, and here Noah nodded his head expressively and curled up as much of his small red nose as muscular action could collect together for the occasion. You know, Workus, continued Noah, emboldened by Oliver's silence, and speaking in a jeering tone of affected pity, of all tones the most annoying. You know, Workus, it can't be helped now, and of course you couldn't help it then. And I'm very sorry for it, and I'm sure we all are, and pity you very much. But you must know, Workus, your mother was a regular right-down bad un. What did you say? Inquired Oliver, looking up very quickly. Pee pee. Nope. I've actually yet to win my own pot. I don't think I ever have. Admittedly, for the first few ones, I said I wouldn't play them. You okay, boy? I was steady. Doing not too bad. Okay. Oh, I didn't adjust the pages. I only got 2 in that time with our lovely little Pineapple Tours advert. So here we go. Cozy, cozy, cozy. Let's go. A regular right-down bad un, Workus, replied Noah coolly. And it's a great deal better, Workus, that she died when she did, or else she'd have been hard labouring in Bridewell, or transported, or hung, which is more likely than either, isn't it? Crimson with fury, Oliver started up, overthrew the chair and table, seized Noah by the throat, shook him in the violence of his rage till his teeth chattered in his head, and collecting his whole force into one heavy blow, felled him to the ground. A minute ago, the boy had looked the quiet child, mild, dejected creature that harsh treatment had made him. But his spirit was roused at last. The cruel insult to his dead mother had set his blood on fire. His breast heaved, his attitude was erect, his eye bright and vivid. His whole person changed as he stood glaring over the cowardly tormentor who now lay crouching at his feet and defied him with an energy he had never known before. "You'll murder me," blubbered Noah. "Charlotte, missus, here's the new boy a-murdering of me. Help! Help! Oliver's gone mad! Charlotte!" Noah's shouts were responded to by a loud scream from Charlotte, and louder from Mrs. Sowerberry, the former of whom rushed into the kitchen by a side door, while the latter paused on the staircase, till she was quite certain that it was consistent with the preservation of human life to come further down. "Oh, you little wretch!" screamed Charlotte, seizing Oliver with her utmost force, which was about equal to that of a moderately strong man in particular good training. "Oh, you little ungrateful, murderous, horrid villain! and between every syllable Charlotte gave Oliver a blow with all her might, accompanying it with a scream for the benefit of society. Charlotte's fist was by no means a light one, but, lest it should not be effectual in calming Oliver's wrath, Mrs. Sowerby plunged into the kitchen and assisted to hold him with one hand, while she scratched his face with the other. In this favourable position of affairs, Noah rose from the ground and pommeled him behind. This was rather too violent exercise to last long. When they were all wearied out and could tear and beat no longer, they dragged Oliver, struggling and shouting, but nothing daunted, into the dust cellar, and there locked him up. This being done, Mrs. Sowerby sunk into a chair and burst into tears. "Bless her, she's going off," said Charlotte. "A glass of water, Noah? Dear, make haste." "Oh, Charlotte," said Mrs. Sowerby, speaking as well as she could, through a deficiency of breath and a sufficiency of cold water, which Noah had poured over her head and shoulders. "Oh, Charlotte, what a mercy we have got. We have not all been murdered in our beds." "Mercy indeed, ma'am," was the reply. "I only hope this'll teach master not to have any more of these dreadful creatures that are born to be murderers and robbers from their very cradle. Poor Noah. He was all but killed, ma'am, when I come in." "Poor fellow," said Mrs. Sowerby, looking piteously on the charity boy. Noah, whose top waist-button might have been somewhere on a level with the crown of Oliver's head, rubbed his eyes with the inside of his wrists while this commiseration was bestowed upon him, and performed some affecting tears and sniffs. "What's to be done?" exclaimed Mrs. Sowerby. "Your master's not at home. There's not a man in the house, and he'll kick that door down in 10 minutes. Oliver's vigorous plunges against the bit of timber in question rendered this occurrence highly probable. "Dear, dear, I don't know, ma'am," said Charlotte, "unless we send for the police officers." "Or the military," suggested Mr. Claypole. "No, no," said Mrs. Sowerby, bethinking herself of Oliver's old friend. "Run to Mr. Bumble, Noah, and tell him to come here directly, and not to lose a minute, never mind your cap. Make haste, you can hold a knife to that black eye as you run along, it'll keep the swelling down." Noah stopped to make no reply, but started off at his fullest speed, and very much it astonished the people who were out walking to see a charity boy tearing through the streets pell-mell with no cap on his head and a clasped knife at his eye. Chapter 7. Here we go. Vibe check. Is this a fun hangout for an unpaid therapy session? It looks like you're asking yourself that. I think the tannery has nothing but perfect and friendly advice to give to people. I'm just checking the vibes all the time. Role-playing the name. Oh, right, okay, I got you. I left too early then. I don't know what people's replies might have been. Okay. How close are you to your 500, Losu? You must be getting there. Here we go. Chapter 7. Oliver continues refractory. Noah Claypole ran along the streets at his swiftest pace, and paused not once for breath until he reached the workhouse gate. Having rested here for a minute or so to collect a good burst of sobs and an imposing show of tears and terror, he knocked loudly at the wicket, and presented such a rueful face to the aged pauper who opened it, that even he, who saw nothing but rueful faces about him at the best of times, started back in astonishment. "Why, what's the matter with the boy?" said the old pauper. "Mr. Bumble! Mr. Bumble!" cried Noah, with well-affected dismay, and in tones so loud and agitated that they not only caught the ear of Mr. Bumble himself, who happened to be hard by, but alarmed him so much that he rushed into the yard without his cocked hat, which is a very curious and remarkable circumstance, as showing that even a beadle, acted upon a sudden and powerful impulse, may be afflicted with a momentary visitation of loss of self-possession, and forgetfulness of personal dignity. "Oh, Mr. Bumble, sir," said Noah. "Oliver, sir. Oliver has—" "What? What?" interposed Mr. Bumble with a gleam of pleasure in his metallic eye. "Not run away? He hasn't run away, has he, Noah?" "No, sir. No, not run away, sir, but he's turned vicious," replied Noah. "He tried to murder me, sir, and then he tried to murder Charlotte, and then Mrs. Oh, what a dreadful pain it is." "Such agony, please, sir." And here Noah writhed and twisted his body into an extensive variety of eel-like positions, thereby giving Mr. Bumble to understand that from the violent and sanguinary onset of Oliver Twisty, he had sustained severe internal injury and damage from which he was at that moment suffering the acute torture. When Noah saw that the intelligence he communicated perfectly paralyzed Mr. Bumble, he imparted additional effect thereunto by bewailing his dreadful wounds 10 times louder than before, and when he observed a gentleman in a white waistcoat crossing the yard, he was more tragic in his lamentations than ever, rightly conceiving its hard expedient to attract the notice and rouse the indignation of the gentleman aforesaid. The gentleman's notice was very good attracted, for he had not walked 3 paces when he turned angrily round and inquired what that young cur was howling for, and why Mr. Bumble did not favour him with something which would render the series of vocabular exclamations so designated an involuntary process. "It's a poor boy from the free school, sir," replied Mr. Bumble, "who has been nearly murdered, all but murdered, sir, by young Twisty." "By Jove!" exclaimed the gentleman in the white waistcoat, stopping short. "I knew it! I felt a strange presentiment from the very first that that audacious young savage would come to be hung." "He has likewise attempted, sir, to murder the female servant," said Mr. Bumble with a face of a shy paleness. "And his missus," interposed Mr. Claypole. "And his master too, I think you said, Noah," added Mr. Bumble. "No, he's out, or he would have murdered him," replied Noah. "He said he wanted to." "Ah, said he wanted to, did he, my boy?" inquired the gentleman in the white waistcoat. "Yes, sir," replied Noah. "And please, sir, Mrs. wants to know whether Mr. Bumble can spare time to set up there directly and flog him, because master's out." "Certainly, my boy, certainly," said the gentleman in the white waistcoat, smiling benignly and patting Noah's head, which was about 3 inches higher than his own. "You're a good boy, a very good boy. Here's a penny for you. Bumble, just step up to Sowerberry's with your cane and see what's best to be done. Don't spare him, Bumble." "No, I will not, sir," replied the beadle, and the cocked hat and cane having been by this time adjusted to their owner's satisfaction, Mr. Bumble and Noah Claypole betook themselves with all speed to the undertaker's shop. Here, the position of affairs had not at all improved. Sowerberry had not yet returned, and Oliver continued to kick with undiminished vigour at the cellar door. The accounts of his ferocity, as related by Mrs. Sowerberry and Charlotte, were of so startling a nature that Mr. Bumble judged it prudent to parley before opening the door. With this view, he gave a kick at the outside by way of prelude, and, Then, applying his mouth to the keyhole, said in a deep and impressive tone, Oliver. Let's go. Okay. Another inventory. Hello. Hello. Managed to actually keep my Discord in view this time. Go. Some more. Unlucky traveler. Might join you though. Nope. Okay, guys. We are. Let's see. Update. Did it update? 92. Yeah. 92 pages. GG Turnip, keep adding to my pots. I've never won my own pot. It's a little depressing, but I don't mind I've always kept feeding my pots, so. We will see who takes away the prize. It will no doubt be neither of us. Someone like Greybeard or she will be lurking in the darkness, waiting for that mighty PP5 that rocks it all. Oh, Hustler, thank you very much for the raid. Hello, hello, how are you doing? Welcome, guys. Welcome, raiders. You are catching me on a reading day. Thank you for the follow, guys. Tabby, Hustler, thank you so much. Oh boy, that adds to the page count. What were we on? 92. That's 95 with the raid and the 2 follows. Thank you.
Hi.
Hello, hello. Good to see you. Welcome, welcome. Welcome in. Get yourselves cozy. Welcome to the turnip fields. Wash would say hello as well, but he's sleeping under Mrs. Turnip's chair. But I've no doubt he'll come onto camera at some point as well. A little doggy. But as an example of what we do here, you guys, I'll read one page while we're going through this and see how you're all doing. Did you have a good stream, Hustler? How did it go? So Mr. Bumble leaned down and said, Oliver? Come you let me out, replied Oliver from the inside. Do you know this here voice, Oliver? Said Mr. Bumble. Yes, replied Oliver. Ain't you afraid of it, sir? Ain't you a-trembling while I speak, sir? Said Mr. Bumble. No, replied Oliver boldly. An answer so different from the one he had expected to elicit, and was in the habit of receiving. Staggered, Mr. Bumble not a little. He stepped back from the keyhole, drew himself up to his full height, and looked down from one to another of the 3 bystanders in mute astonishment. "Oh, you know, Mr. Bumble, he must be mad," said Mrs. Sowerby. "No boy in half his senses would venture to speak so to you." "It's not madness, ma'am," replied Mr. Bumble, after a few moments of deep meditation. "It's meat." "What?" exclaimed Mrs. Mowbray. "Meat, ma'am. Meat," replied Bumble with stern emphasis. "You've overfed him, ma'am. You've raised an artificial soul and spirit in him, ma'am, unbecoming a person of his condition, as the board, Mrs. Sowerby, who are practical philosophers, will tell you. What have paupers to do with soul or spirit? It's quite enough that we let him have little bodies. If you had kept the boy on gruel, ma'am, this would never have happened." Here we go. That's 1 page as an example. Ooh, story time. Yes. Yeah, we do story times here. We read books or we stream games that have a lot of reading. Lots of fun. Costume. How are you? Habit of receiving, you say? Everything I've been saying the past 2 days, Costume Cats, has been misconstrued as lewd, so I guess I'll just have to say and agree with you. "Dear, dear," ejaculated Mrs. Sowerby, piously raising her eyes to the kitchen ceiling. "This comes of being liberal." The liberality of Mrs. Sowerby to Oliver had consisted of a profuse bestowal upon nobody else would eat. So, there was a great deal of meekness and self-devotion in her voluntarily remaining under Mr. Bumble's heavy accusation, of which, to do her justice, she was wholly innocent, in thought, word, or deed. Said Mr. Bumble. Oh my goodness. Cosmic! Thank you for the raid, guys. Hello. Hello, Kels. How are you? Well, that's another page. There we go. Welcome, welcome. No, Cosmic, don't send us to Turnip. That guy's the worst. Oh, hey, Turnip. Good to see you. Love you too, Zohan. Hello, Ash. Oh, Ash, you've got the raider. You were already here, I thought. There we go. Welcome, Cosmic. How are you doing? How was your stream? I was in both, lurking in yours. That's fair. Kels, Turnip! This may be TMI, but I've discovered boxer shorts and my life have been forever changed. Why would that be TMI in my stream? Have you been in my stream before? Yeah, boxer shorts are very freeing. Like, I don't know how much you want to divulge into that conversation, though, Kels, but if I'm hiking or something, I usually need something more supportive than boxer shorts. Something with a bit more cup. Otherwise, you can get some lordly awful rashes. My goodness. Yep, they can get very chafy. They can get very, very chafy. Cosmic, doing good. Short stream for Dewey's party. Oh! Did Julish get 500? I missed it. Women's underwear sucks. Don't I know it? Oh, it rides up in all places. What about boy shorts? Hey, Malemba! How are you doing? Good to see you. And this may be TMI, but right now I'm naked underneath my clothes. Me too, Zohan, and it's so freeing. It's actually been getting a little bit warmer, although it's starting to get colder again this weekend. But I was wearing shorts with my nightie. Ah, So comfortable. So comfortable. Boy shorts. The underwear. I think that went a little over, Kels. Yeah, women's boxers, are they not? I think they're just called briefs. Ash. They're just briefs. And from what I can tell, yes, tend to be a little bit more spacious, but still a little chafy. It's the leg protection that they're missing, that boxer shorts provide. And give hella wedgies. Yeah, those shorts, what do? They have that little rumpling that happens, isn't it? Which can sometimes happen with boxer shorts as well, where the leg rumples and gathers in between your leg and one's scrotums. And oh my goodness, it's not pleasant. It ain't good. That's why I don't hike in boxer shorts. No, briefs are different. Yeah, I was getting on to I caught on afterwards. But yeah, welcome Raiders. I promise we're not always talking about underwear, but you know, if you want to talk about underwear, I love clothes. I love talking about clothes. And I ain't shy. Steady, it's starting to get a bit late for me, so thanks for the stream and see you next time. It's wonderful to see you, Steady. Have a lovely day.
Pineapple to start the dance in the air. Hop, step, jump, it's a lively affair. Crenopolis marbles, oh what a sight. Tap, tap, watching the disco lights. Over the pineapple groove, let's move and glide. Party all night with these rods will ride.
Thank you, Steady.
And now let's dance to the beat so alive. Hop, step, jump, feel the thrill, let it drive.
Yep. So, Raiders. I nearly had a new emote today. If you had actually caught me at the very beginning... Alan!
Less than 3.
Alan! Oh, boy. Okay. I will go fetch him, Alan. I was waiting for yourself. Hold your, don't disappear. Don't, click and stream and lurky poo. Hold on 2 moments for me. Boop, 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 boop. Here we go. There you go, Alan. He actually really likes it. He doesn't like it being taken off him either. Hey, boy. Oh. There we go. The Babaloo. He got his bandana. It arrived. It took a fair amount of time. Can't lie, but that's where I live. I don't think it's the dispatcher's fault on that. It's so comfy and cozy. He really does like it. When we first put it on him, he got really excited about it. And then I needed to take it off because I hadn't put his harness on yet for taking him out on a walk. And I didn't want to put it over the bandana because then you can't see it. So I was trying to take it off. He ran away. He ran away from me so fast. Oh, hello. Love you too. Am I talking too lively? Hmm? I'm talking too loud. Oh. Oh, he loves the cat. He looks like a real tough boy now. Oh. Ooh. Ah. Ooh. Do. Let's see if I can find it. Ba. Do you want to see Washi defending the home? Let's see. Do. Sorry, it'd be 2 moments. This is quite cute. This was very cute. Media player, media player. Ooh, where are you going, Washi? Here we go. Okay. This is Wash defending the house. Such a brave boy. Rosa requested that I stop sending photos of Wash to her because she can and will adopt a pug. Got a decent cam, Brev. Secretly OnlyFans? I'm working on it. It's just, you know, nobody came onto my channel, Twisty. Pun intended. So I ended up just like I usually do. It was just me alone. You okay? You went your spot. Oh, there's a cute boy. There's a cute boy. Hey, Brittathina. Hello. How are you doing? We'll get one more Wash defending the house. Yeah. Have I gotten the 2-inch scenario yet? Is that like an OnlyFans achievement? I'd hope to reach there one day, if that's the case. Oh, Alan, I just caught a glimpse of what you typed there. Let's see, what have you got for me? Wash is a vicious guard dog. Oh, he's terrifying. Brit, I'm good, just grinding alchemy. Nice. Nice. I'm not a fan of the potent potions, I'm not gonna lie. Alan, if you were 2 inches in your mum and your dad was 2 inches in you, would you go forward to get your dad out of you or go backward to get out of your mum? I mean, the correct answer is to never go more than an inch either way, is it? I'm not even going to use the my dad's dead defense. I'll just stick with that. How are you doing, Alan? Alan, we talked about this. Yeah. Yeah. You put him in timeout. Can we do that? This is the thing. I haven't actually... I kept saying I was going to get another mod for my channel. I have a few already, but our hours don't always match up and stuff like that. So I was kind of looking to see if anybody else wanted to do it. So I think people are getting away of saying pretty much anything in my chat right now. If I'm particularly engrossed in anything, like reading books or deliberating Alan's questions. Jinx, raise his hand. I mean, you've helped me out a lot, Jinx. If you be up, I realize you're a mod for other people as well, though. I don't want to start stealing people away. You can vouch for Jinx. Oh, Kels, I know, they absolutely could. Marty made me a mod in his. Oh, Marty. Which one's? I was thinking Master Madre there. Marty. It must be someone I follow. Is it? Oh wait, is that Marty Reacts? It's a wild, wild west on my parts. Same here, Alan. I mean, I've been like, people have called me lovely and nice and sweet and all these wonderful things, and I do very, very appreciate it. But I think it's just because the chatter has been lovely and nice and sweet, and I just bear reflection on that. Like, you guys must notice some of the replies I give out in your own chats. Marty Reacts, yeah, okay. I was chatting with them the other day, yesterday, I think, because I was only VC, like only voice chat. I wasn't streaming, but I joined Captain Rums a lot, and I think Marty Reacts was in the chat at the same time. Blanking me the most of the time. I don't think they enjoyed my Pokemon conversation quite so much. Lots of Tannery peeps in chat. Oh yeah, Brit. I've been I've been in the tannery for life, literally for life. I don't appear to be leveling here at all. Kels, oh, by the way, guess what I had my therapist do last night? I probably shouldn't have said it in that tone, but I'm not sure. A wolf in sheep's clothing, Turnip. Yeah, definitely. I don't mind though. I've been enjoying the book reading and stuff like that. No such thing as XP waste, devilish, or dewy. Oh boy. Kels, I was talking about Twitch chat and different music theme nights, and I had to explain Duckass and made him Google it. Oh boy. Brit, gosh, I miss Tannery. Want my gold to run out faster. Are you 500 yet, Brit? Or do you just get it the gold to give you what you need for the alchemy? Which is, I think, what Cosmic does as well. Kels, my therapist is like 31, though, so he hasn't been horribly scarred. Oh, that's fine. That's fine. Dewey! Hello! I'm going to start calling you Dewey as well. It seems like everybody's calling you Dewey. So, I'll join in. Far from it. Almost 225 alchemy. Oh, nice. Kels, he's like me without the mental illness. Ah, or perhaps they hide it well. Can you imagine being a therapist, Kels? The problem with understanding mental illnesses is it must be a journey of self-discovery. My goodness me. Like, you'll be seeing quirks and habits and countless numbers of people a day that you share yourself. I would give terrible advice as a therapist. I'm terribly impulsive. Well, all's probably the better that you're not my therapist. Yeah, therapists are their own first patient. Yeah, that's usually the saying, isn't it, Ash? That's usually the saying. The first patient any therapist has is themselves. Definitely. As for level working, I'm level 66. Oh my goodness, I am actually higher than someone in leatherworking. Wow. And there's a guy here called Tickle My Elmo. Beautiful. You can stop you can stop trying to take them in, Brit. We've already established Northside Tannery. Isn't it, Brit? Isn't it so? Tell them it's so. Oh, Ash, I love that. Cool dance. Went 16 levels when I came to Moneymake. Level 100 from bounties. See, if I was to ever do any of the chef again, it would just be the bounties. I could not stand there doing the stews and the bacon sandwiches again. It was fine for reading the book, but oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Kitchen Gang, but I just can't. "22 Chef, I burn cereal." Kitchen Gang is so close. I'm not denying that they're happy people with themselves, Kels. I'm not saying... I never said the reason I don't like the kitchen is because of the people that are there. Apart from that one, that Kels, cracking the whip all the time. Man, they're so nasty to me when I was there. But... it's just I don't know. I just feel like I'm not gaining anything. At least in the tannery, I'm gaining money. Or lots of leathery hides and the promise of money when I can sell them to people. Bacon sandwiches are a nightmare. Did that from 38 to 63. It sucks. Northside Tannery forever. Yes! Tannery on top. This vibe is a little too... I woke up like this, and by that I mean it's a mess. Losu. I wake up glorious. That's... people comment on my being bald quite frequently, but boy do I wake up beautiful. Ah, no such thing as a bad hair day. I just wake up gorgeous. I forgot to add the pages for Alan's resub. Let me do that, guys. Sorry. Robbing you of pages. I had got it under 100, but it's back up to 100. We'll get it down. We'll get it down. Discord. Oof. There we go. Tidy, tidy. Back to the usual. I listened to the AI song, read the war story too. Yes. Oh, there's lots between the tannery and the kitchen. Did you get to hear the AI song at all? Was it the cult one? Turnip's bald? I'm afraid so. This white is just headphones. I know it's convincing hair, but not quite. Yes, I think so. I listened to all three. Okay, yeah. Yeah, one of them is distinctly hellish, Brit. People seem to love it, but I don't know. I struggle. It looks like your hair fell off onto the top of your chair behind you. Oh, the coup skin! That's from a genuine hairy coup. Past of natural causes, might I add. The genuine article from here in Scotland. It was gifted to me on one of my tours. It's very floofy. It's very floofy. One of my tour buses was a hiking one, and they just bought me it as a gift. They're supposed to be a rug, I think, but it's too beautiful to put on the floor. It's lovely, it's soft, it's cozy, and I didn't want to put the coup on the floor. They are cute animals. They're lovely animals, so... And it was a lovely, lovely gift. So I kept it. There was only 4 of them on the bus as well. It was a little hiking tour we did on the Isle of Skye. And we were in Portree. And there's a little shop in Portree. I think it's called Skye Skins. It's actually sheep skins that they sell from all over the world. But they had a coup skin in. They had a coup skin in. And they got me it as a gift. I daren't ask them how much it would cost. Steam Deck battery died. Can you not play the Steam Deck plugged in? Just put the old charger cable in. Legacy of Craft was a good one, but Pride of the Tannery, I enjoyed it too. The Brave PP5. Oh! You do know how much the roll is, right? Yeah. They know. They know. We're good. It's fine if they don't know, Kels. Don't go warning people. I'm building up a good pot. Oh, it's 3,600. Ooh. I've never won my own pot. I can't afford to PP5 or I can't afford to make another pot. Okay. Right, we have 100 pages, guys. Would people like to get cozy? Would people like a bit of a bookie? A bit of a book read? What's people's mood? What's their fancy? Or are you enjoying the chatter? Twisty nearly got me playing City Skylines on stream, by the way. I was very, very close to it. Ooh, Ash has put up a vote for Cozy. Okay. Cozy, cozy, cozy. Do it. What, City Skylines? I'm tempted. I'm tempted. City Skylines, go. Here we go. Ah, said Mr. Bumble, when the lady brought her eyes down to earth again. The only thing that can be done now, that I know of, is to leave him in the cellar for a day or so, till he's a little starved down, and then to take him out and keep him on gruel all through the apprenticeship. He comes of a bad family. Excitable natures, Mrs. Sowerberry. Both the nurse and the doctor said that the mother of his made her way here, against difficulties and pain that would have killed any well-disposed woman weeks before. At this moment of Mr. Bumble's discourse, Oliver, just hearing enough to know that some allusion was being made to his mother, recommenced kicking with a violent and rendered every other sound inaudible. Sowerberry returned at this juncture, Oliver's offence having been explained to him with such exaggerations as the ladies thought best calculated to rouse his ire, He unlocked the cellar door in a twinkling and dragged his rebellious apprentice out by the collar. Oliver's clothes had been torn in the beating he had received. His face was bruised and scratched, and his hair scattered over his forehead. The angry flush had not disappeared, however, and when he was pulled out of his prison, he scowled boldly on Noah and looked quite undismayed. "Now you are a nice young fellow, ain't you?" said Sorbury, giving Oliver a shake and a box on the ear. "He called my mother's names," replied Oliver. "Well, and what if he did, you ungrateful wretch?" said Mrs. Sorbury. "She deserved what he said, and worse." "She didn't," said Oliver. "She did," said Mrs. Sorbury. "It's a lie," said Oliver. Mrs. Sorbury burst into a flood of tears. This flood of tears left Mr. Sorbury no alternative. If he had hesitated for one instant to punish Oliver most severely, it must be quite clear to every experienced reader that he would have been, according to all precedents and disputes of matrimony established, a brute, an unnatural husband, an insulting creature, a base imitation of a man, and various other agreeable characters too numerous for recital within the limits of this chapter. To do him justice, he was, as far as his power went, it was not very extensive, kindly disposed towards the boy. Perhaps because it was his interest to be so. Perhaps because his wife disliked him. The flood of tears, however, left him no resource, so he at once gave him a drubbing, which satisfied even Mrs. Sorbury herself, and rendered Mr. Bumble's subsequent application of the parochial cane rather unnecessary. For the rest of the day, he was shut up in the back kitchen, in company with a pump and a slice of bread, and at night Mrs. Sorbury, after making various remarks outside the door by no means complimentary to the memory of his mother, looked into the room, and amidst the jeers and pointings of Noah and Charlotte, ordered him upstairs to his dismal bed. It was not until he was left alone in the silence and stillness of the gloomy workshop of the undertaker that Oliver gave way to the feelings which the day's treatment may be supposed likely to have awakened in a mere child. He had listened to their taunts with a look of contempt. He had borne the lash without a cry, for he felt that pride swelling in his heart which would have kept down a shriek to the last, though they had roasted him alive. But now, when there were none to see or hear him, he fell upon his knees on the floor, and, hiding his face in his hands, wept such tears as gods send for the credit of our nature, few so young may ever cause to pour out before him. For a long time, Oliver remained motionless in this attitude. The candle was burning low in the socket when he rose to his feet. Having gazed cautiously round him and listened intently, he gently undid the fastenings of the door and looked abroad. It was a cold, dark night. The stars seemed to be the boy's eyes farther from the earth than he had ever seen them before. There was no wind, and the sombre shadows thrown by the trees upon the ground looked a sepulchral and deathlike from the being so still. He softly reclosed the door, having availed himself of the expiring light of the candle to tie up in a handkerchief the few articles of wearing apparel he had, sat himself down upon a bench to wait for morning. With the very first ray of light that struggled through the crevices in the shutters, Oliver arose and again unbarred the door. One timid look around, one moment's pause of hesitation, he had closed it behind him, and was in the open street. Lovely. Kells, Turnip has baited people before, so I was worried. What? When? Shh. I don't bait people. I don't bait people. I just set a patchy and people come into play. That is all. Oh yeah, apart from Sparty. That was bait. That was funny though. Ash gonna pour a little drink to listen to Turnip bedtime stories. Oh, nice. Nice, hot, cozy drink. Why not? Why not? Twisty, I'm writing down the early tannery lore in the tannery Discord. Ooh, hold on to your butt, Turnip. Is it in general? Okay. Yeah, I'll read it out for us all. Ooh. Brit, I can't wait to read the lore. Well, if you so wish, Brit, and I'm assuming it's their intent, I can read it out to everybody. Brit, I thought the Brit was for what I said about the tannery again. Yeah, to be honest, when Kells put that Brit with the full stops, I was in the same thing. I thought you were ready for a telling off, Brit. I thought, oh, here we go. It's going to be like my memories of the Delectable Dab when I was there doing chef. I know, right? Yeah. You could just feel it. Her ire is unquenchable. Amelie told me off too. It's just... See? Terrible. All we do is be kind and nice and offer a friendly hand. Kells, I was always cordial to you. Stop spreading propaganda. You're like, Turnip, give me those black hats now. And you can have these fuchsia ones. And then you spat at me. By the way, Kells, I think we both still have hats to trade. Yeah, I still had 9. I think you still had fuchsia hats you wanted to give away as well. Never happened, but okay. No, it never happened, but yeah. We still need to trade hats. It's more of an explanation of the myth than the myths themselves, but I think you can make sense of it. Oh. Oh, here we go. This is quite some tannery lore. Am I okay to read this out loud in stream, Twisty? Is that what you're hoping for? Is that what we're wanting? Do we want a page to be a tannery lore read? Go for it. Sweet. Leathers versus Twisty. I think it was a leatherworking race between me and the Leathers at the beginning. Tanner's feet. In the beginning, there was a player named Tanner who was always bare feet in the tannery, making the tannery smell like feet for weeks after. It even caused a rule to be made. Yes, shoes in the tannery. Only Tans is Leathers. Leathers changed her name to Only Tans. Only tannery insiders can know about this. Oh well, I've just read this out loud. If there's going to be something that only tannery insiders can know, put it at the beginning of the message, Twisty. It's all for jokes, Brev. Oh, I'm not upset about it. But come on. Give somebody a fair warning. That's like putting at the end of the message is like, oh, by the way, if you read this message, I have to murder you. It's not quite as bad as the...
When can I leave to be on my own? I've got the whole world to see.
It's Twisty. Things get twisted in order. Yeah, that's true. Twisty saw Man Bear Pig. I saw Man Bear Pig running around in Crenopolis, so I asked him, hey, can you follow me to the tannery so I can show everyone Man Bear Pig exists? Man Bear Pig followed me, but as I ran into the tannery, he quickly logged. I told everyone in the tannery, but they did not believe me. Man Bear Pig is a player named Man Bear Pig. And they're brilliant. Ryan's evil brother from France, Rayan, or Rayon, has an evil French twin named Rayon, argued to be written as Ray-Ann, who frequented the tannery. Someone asked Ryan if he was actually Ryan from the leaderboards. I think, yeah. I think, I've been confused by that person before myself. I think I said they were Ryan a few times and people thought they were the Ryan. Brief reign of Ryan. This was when Ryan overtook Hawk Tua Girl for the first time but got overtaken again shortly after. Hawk Tua Girl, infamous leatherworking bot roaming the tannery for weeks. Oh yes! Yes, I remember us talking about Hawk Tua Girl. I remember that one. Rayan always lurking. Rest in peace, Beans the Terrible. There is a player named Beans who was an absolute salty bitch towards me, and he went to sell leather but never came back. Beans got me my first and only 3-day mute. Oh, really? Did I never get you a mute? I reported you for everything. The return of the Beans the Terrible. Beans returned hours later and continued their tyranny. Twisty saw the Muffin Man, confirmed by Geku. I saw the Muffin Man running about in Creno and thought to myself, man, they're not going to believe me like with Man Bear Pig. But luckily, Geku came running into the room and saw the Muffin Man too. Nobody believed us though. The Muffin Man is a player called the Muffin Man. Tannery culture. Fuck knows, I forgot. Twisty is powered by ChatGPT. They called me a bot powered by ChatGPT. This went on for a while. Flipper is a public enemy number 1. I don't even remember, but he is the bad guy. Twisty's final form. If you make me too angry, I evolve into my final form. It is something nobody wants to experience. I don't think I've seen it yet. Have I, Twisty? Have I been around? I don't think so. I don't think I caused you aggression, do I? Apart from when you're trying to make a successful tsunami defense, and apparently losing thousands of population is a success in your mind. I don't know why. Massive human loss seems to be okay in that mind, but... My tsunami defense is great. No, it's not. People died. That's not great tsunami defense. You reduced the loss, but so many more could have been saved. That's... it was terrible. It's terrible, Twisty. Guitar was sent to the demon realm, but managed to escape. Guitar was put into the dead instance where there were no other players, and it took him a while to get back in our instance. I think I disappeared there once or twice. It was very scary. People kept trying to pull me back, but I couldn't actually get back. Twisty got the Bean Hammer. Bean got me muted 3 days. It's Bean again. The Dancing Toad, a player named Toad, kept coming into the tannery, sometimes saying, I just dance, and proceeded to dance emote for hours on end without pause. Pig in the tannery. There was a player named Pig in the tannery, and Snowy Nugent was blamed for putting a pig in the tannery where it obviously did not belong. Wingly Magic, absolute nutter of a dude who said things like, fish and cow lives are torturous. But he was not joking. He blocked me because he thought I was possessed. North Tannery versus South Tannery speaks for itself. There we go. The history of the tannery, in short. North side forever. Yep. Washi agreed. And so did Ozzy, I think was your dog's name, Twisty? I can't remember. Ryan would have loved hearing these stories on your stream. Clip them and send them to him. Ozzy, yes. Okay. The only reason I remember that is I think I heard you shouting Ozzy with some Godverdamme, and he was chewing something in the room. You'd left him for like 2 minutes or something. Boo, 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 boo. You tried to eat your carpet, that was it. Good dog. Yeah, I like Ozzy. Dude was in my room for 2 minutes. What a good boy. I don't know if you can hear me, Ozzy, but you're a good boy. I'll be back in the tannery once my gold runs out. I'm getting there. Is that a big strat for alchemy? Because I did see Cosmic come in here a few times. For the pennies as well. Ozzy can't hear you. Propaganda. Aww. Poor Ozzy. They need to know they were being good. Look how mischievous Wash can be. Babby boy. I just realised my chair might be blocking him a bit. I'll shift it aside a little. There you go. You can see Wash better. Little snoozing boy. Yeah, that's the better money grind for alchemy. Yeah, I heard people would tell me, because I needed to do some alchemy for one of the quests, but they were saying there's no way you can get profit out of alchemy. There was only like 1 or 2 profitable potions, and then after that it's a nightmare. PP. Pre-200, I made money. Okay. Oh! Ding! Ding, ding, ding. Is that the next leather? Yes, we're on to fine brown cow leather. Mmm. Fine brown cow. I might actually have to do merchant again soon. Yeah, we'll look at the bison after this. Okay. I should get my 100 leather working before I need to do that, though. Delicious! Olerin! Hello, Captain. I hope you're well. Oh, leveled up alchemy as well. There we go. Lots of levels. I am on the first finds when I return. Oh, the first fine leathers. Beautiful. So when the money starts rolling in. Yep. Yeah. Did you do merchant first? Or you just going hard on the leatherworking? I didn't buy any leather. That's probably worse than not moving on to the next leather, is not buying any hides at all. Damn it. I keep breaking the rules. And I'm wearing my armor. Whoops. Brown cowhide. I think it was this. Oh, please be the right one. I'm brown cow leather. Yes, okay. To 82, then I did both together. I'm 102 merchant. Sorry, almost 102. That's cool. Ooh. Okay, yep, I see it. Tack tap. You know what it is? Let's see. It's you don't have the hat anymore. I keep forgetting it's yourself. Sorry guys, before I step back into the tannery, I do have to do what's right. There we go. Christmas is over. Bunny ears when? Yeah! We're both disheveled in the rain. Dancing hopscotch. Is it? Liming pit. Okay. Okay, here we go, guys. Gonna cozy up. Don't be afraid to chat to me if you wish to, but when it gets a bit quiet like this, we'll start reading some Oliver Twisty. There we go. He looked to the right and to the left, uncertain whither to fly. He remembered to have seen the wagons as they went out, toiling up the hill. He took the same route, and arriving at a footpath across the fields which he knew, after some distance, led out again into the road, stuck into it, and walked quickly on. Along this same footpath, Oliver well remembered he had trotted beside Mr. Bumble when he first carried him to the workhouse from the farm. His way lay directly in front of the cottage. His heart beat quickly when he bethought himself of this, and he half resolved to turn back. He had come a long way, though, and should lose a great deal of time by doing so. Besides, it was so early that there was very little fear of his being seen, so he walked on. He reached the house. There was no appearance of its inmates stirring in that early hour. Oliver stopped and peeped into the garden. A child was weeding one of the little beds as he stopped. He raised his pale face and disclosed the features of one of his former companions. Oliver felt glad to see him before he went, for, though younger than himself, he had seen his little friend and playmate. They had been beaten and starved and shut up together many a time. "Hush, Dick," said Oliver, as the boy ran to the gate and thrust his thin arm between the rails to greet him. "Is anyone up?" "Nobody but me," replied the child. "You mustn't say you saw me, Dick," said Oliver. "I am running away. They beat and ill-use me, Dick, and I am going to see my fortune, some long way off. I don't know where. How pale you are." "I heard the doctor tell them I was dying," replied the child with a faint smile. "I'm very glad to see you, dear, but don't stop. Don't stop." Yes, I will, to say goodbye to you," replied Oliver. "I shall see you again, Dick. I know I shall. You'll be well and happy." "I hope so," replied the child. "After I am dead, but not before. I know the doctor must be right, Oliver, because I dream so much of heaven and angels and kind faces that I never see when I am awake. Kiss me," said the child, climbing up the low gate and flinging his little arms around Oliver's neck. "Goodbye, dear. God bless you." The blessing was from a young child's lips, but it was the first that Oliver had ever heard invoked upon his head, and through the struggles and sufferings and troubles and changes of the afterlife, he never once forgot it. Chapter 8. Oliver walks to London. He encounters on the road a strange sort of young gentleman. Oliver reached the stile at which the bypath terminated, and once more gained the high road. It was 8 o'clock now. Though he was nearly 5 miles away from town, he ran, and hid behind the hedges by turns till noon, fearing that he might be pursued and overtaken. Then he sat down to rest by the side of the milestone, and began to think for the first time where he had better go and try to live. The stone by which he was seated bore in large characters an intimation that it was just 70 miles from that spot to London. The name awakened a new train of ideas in the boy's mind. London. That great place. Nobody, not even Mr. Bumble, could ever find him there. He had often heard of the old men in the workhouse too say that no lad of spirit need want in London, and that there were ways of living in the vast city which those had been bred up in country parts had no idea of. It was the very place for a homeless boy, who must die in the streets unless someone helped him. As these things passed through his thoughts, he jumped upon his feet and again walked forward. He had diminished the distance between himself and London by a full 4 miles more, before he recollected how much he must undergo ere he could hope to reach his place of destination. As this consideration forced itself upon him, he slackened his pace a little, and meditated upon his means of getting there. He had a crust of bread, a coarse shirt, and 2 pairs of stockings in his bundle. He had a penny too, a gift of Sowerberry's after some funeral in which he had acquitted himself more than ordinarily well. In his pocket, a clean shirt, thought Oliver, is a very comfortable thing, and so are 2 pairs of darned socks, and so is a penny, but they are small helps to a 65 miles walk in winter-time. But Oliver's thoughts, like those of most other people, although they were extremely ready and active to point out his difficulties, were wholly at a loss to suggest any feasible mode of surmounting them. So after a good deal of thinking to no particular purpose, he changed his little bundle over to the other shoulder, and trudged on. Lovely, lovely guys. And gals. New page count. 93. I am keeping it under 100. It's good to do it. It's good to do it. I love streaming Final Fantasy XIV. It has a lot of reading in it itself, though, so it's been very, very difficult to get the page reads in. Let's go another round. Has Washi moved? No, and he's still very cozy in his bandana. You want me to take it off at all? No, he just gives me a stare. I'll leave him. Leave sleeping dogs lie. Was it Fine Brown Cow? Oh, why do I keep forgetting? Fine Brown Cow, yeah. It's a fine brown cow. Okay, get cozy, cozy, cozy. Boop-a-doo. And we'll carry on. Oliver walked 20 miles that day, and all that time tasted nothing but the crust of dry bread and a few draughts of water, which he begged at the cottage doors by the roadside. When the night came, he turned into a meadow, and, creeping close under a haydrick, determined to lie there till morning. He felt frightened at first, for the wind moaned dismally over the empty fields, and he was cold and hungry. more alone than he had ever felt before. Being very tired with his walk, however, he soon fell asleep and forgot his troubles. He felt cold and stiff when he got up the next morning, and so hungry that he was obliged to exchange the penny for a small loaf in the very first village through which he passed. He had walked no more than 12 miles when night closed in again. His feet were sore and his legs so weak that they trembled beneath him. Another night passed in the bleak damp air made him worse. When he set forward on his journey next morning, he could hardly crawl along. He waited at the bottom of a steep hill till a stagecoach came up, and then begged for the outside passengers. But there were very few who took any notice of him, and even those told him to wait till they got to the top of the hill, and then let them see how far he could run for a halfpenny. Poor Oliver tried to keep up with the coach a little way, but was unable to do it by reason of his fatigue and sore feet. When the outsiders saw this, they put their halfpence back into their pockets again, declaring that he was an idle young dog and didn't deserve anything, and the coach rattled away and left only a cloud of dust behind. In some villages, large painted boards were fixed up, warning all persons who begged within the district, and they would be sent to jail. This frightened Oliver very much, and made him glad to get out of those villages with all possible expedition. In others, he would stand about the inn-yards and look mournfully at every one who passed, a proceeding which generally terminated in the landlady's ordering one of the postboys who were lounging about to drive that strange boy out of the place, for she was sure he had come to steal something. If he begged at a farmer's house, 10 to 1, but they threatened to set the dog on him, and when he showed his nose in a shop, they talked about the beadle, which brought Oliver's heart into his mouth. Very often the only thing he had there for many hours together. In fact, if it had not been for a good-hearted turnpike man and a benevolent old lady, I've got turnips on the brain, Oliver's troubles would have been shortened by the very same process which had put an end to his mother's. In other words, he would most assuredly have fallen dead upon the king's highway. But the turnpike man gave him a meal of bread and cheese, and the old lady, who had a shipwrecked grandson wandering barefoot in some distant part of the earth, took pity upon the poor orphan, and gave him what little she could afford, and more, with such kind and gentle words, and such tears of sympathy and compassion, that they sank deeper into Oliver's soul than all the sufferings he had ever undergone. Early on, the 7th morning after he had left his native place, Oliver limped slowly into the little town of Barnet. The window shutters were closed, the street was empty, not a soul had awakened to the business of the day. The sun was rising in all its splendid beauty, but the light only served to show the boy his own lonesomeness and desolation, as he sat with bleeding feet covered with dust upon the doorstep. By degrees, the shutters were opened, the window blinds were drawn up, and the people began passing to and fro. Some few stopped to gaze at Oliver for a moment or two, or turned round to stare at him as they hurried by, but none relieved him, or troubled themselves to inquire how he came there. He had no heart to beg, and there he sat. He had been crouching on the step for some time, wondering at the great number of public houses. Every other house in Barnet was a tavern, large or small, gazing listlessly at the coaches as they passed through, and thinking how strange it seemed that they could do, with ease, in a few hours, what it had taken him a whole week of courage and determination beyond his years to accomplish. When he was roused by observing that a boy who had passed him carelessly some minutes before had returned, and was now surveying him most earnestly from the opposite side of the way. He took little heed of this at first, but the boy remained in the same attitude of close observation so long that Oliver raised his head and returned his steady look. Upon this, the boy crossed over and walked close up to Oliver and said, "Hello, my cubby. What's the row?" The boy who addressed this inquiry to the young wayfarer was about his own age, but one of the queerest-looking boys that Oliver had ever seen. He was a snub-nosed, flat-browed, common-faced boy enough, and as a dirty juvenile and that one would wish to see, but he had about him all the airs and manners of a man. He was short for his age, with rather bow legs and little, sharp, ugly eyes. His hat was stuck on the top of his head so lightly that it threatened to fall off every moment, and would have done so very often if the wearer had not a knack for every now and then giving his head a sudden twitch which brought it back to the old place again. He wore a man's coat, which reached nearly to his heels. He had turned the cuffs back, halfway up his arm, to get his hands out of the sleeves, apparently with the ultimate view of thrusting them into the pockets of his corduroy trousers, for there he kept them. He was altogether as roistering and swaggering a young gentleman as ever stood 4 feet 6 or something less in the Blurchers. Okay, guys, new page count 89. Beautiful. Ba-ba. Da-da. Ba-ba. Ba-ba-da. Ba-ba. Here we go. No. Fudge. Wrong leather. Never mind. Never mind. Won't waste the money to sell it back. We'll just make it. Poop. Pee-pee. Okay. We'll manage another round of reading, shall we? Hello, my cubby. What's the row? Said the strange young gentleman to Oliver. I am very hungry and tired, replied Oliver, the tears standing in his eyes as he spoke. I have walked a long way. I have been walking these 7 days. Walking for 7 days? Said the young gentleman. Oh, I see. Beak's order, eh? But, he added, noticing Oliver's look of surprise, I suppose you don't know what a beak is, my flesh companion? Oliver mildly replied that he had always heard a bird's mouth described by the terms in question. My eyes, how green, exclaimed the young gentleman. Why, a beak's a magistrate, and when you walk by a beak's order, it's not straightforward, but always a going up, and never a coming down again. Was you ever on the mill? What mill? Inquired Oliver. What mill? Why, the mill. The mill as takes up so little room that it'll work inside a stone jug, and always goes better when the wind's low with people than when it's high, acause then they can't get workmen. But come, said the young gentleman, you want grub, and you shall have it. I'm at low water mark myself, only 1 bob and a magpie, but as far as it goes, I'll fork out a stump. Up with you on your pins there. Now then, Morris. Assisting Oliver to rise, the young gentleman took him to an adjacent chandler's shop, where he purchased a sufficiency of ready-dressed ham and half-quartern loaf. Or, as he himself expressed it, a 4-penny bran. The ham being kept clean and preserved from the dust, by the ingenious expedient of making a hole in the loaf by pulling out a portion of the crumb and stuffing it therein. Taking the bread under his arm, the young gentleman turned into a small public house and led the way to tap room in rear of the premises. Here, a pot of beer was brought in by direction of the mysterious youth, and Oliver, falling to at his new friend's bidding, made a long and hearty meal, during the progress of which the strange boy eyed him from time to time with great attention. Going to London? Said the strange boy when Oliver had length concluded. Yes. Ooh! Oh boy. Olerin, well done. Oh wow. Congratulations. Thank you for the tippy tips as well. Thank you. It's still impossible to make money as the streamer Olerin. I'm just gonna say that. Not a moan. Not a moan. I'm just saying. I know you did. I know you did. Okay. Here we go. New game. Boo, boo, boo. You get to pick the number, Captain, if you're still there. What number would you like to roll? What would you like to be the winning figure? It is going to still cost 50 a roll. I still have enough to make that. 42. Let's go. Ba-ba-ba. And it was PP Big, I think. There we go. Listen up. 42 is the target. 50 per roll. PP Big, yeah. I like typing PP Big, Olerin. Oh my. Oh, is that Quebec signing out of the tannery? Stop changing your name. Make me bend over. I like it. I feel like naming an alt Losulian so you can't get it back. It has crossed my mind a couple of times. Okay, let's put these ones away and remember it's brown cow. Brown cow. 5 check. I dare you. I mean, okay. Oh wait, have you already named an alt, Lucilian? I don't think I renamed my first. How do you rename? How do you rename them? Ah, damn. Never mind. Major log out, XP waste. It's in Cren. Has somebody else already got it? I don't think I needed to go to Cren because the character still had a hashtag name, so I think you still get to claim a name. I never claimed it with them. Oh my god, Brighter Shore's girlfriend is here. Well, so I already sniped it with an alt. Didn't at first, but then someone said it as a joke to snipe it, so I secured it. Ah, this is waving. I only blow kisses in this dojo. Okay, move. Here we go. I can predict your movement now, so. Let's go. More leather? More work? Okay then. Going to London, said the strange boy when Oliver had a length concluded. Yes. Got any lodgings? No. Money? No. Ooh. Dimitri there. Aww. Camp Nutty thought it was sweet. The strange boy whistled and put his arms into his pockets, as far as the big coat sleeves would let him go. Do you live in London? Inquired Oliver. Yes, I do when I'm at home, replied the boy. I suppose you want some place to sleep in tonight, don't you? I do indeed, answered Oliver. I have not slept under a roof since I left the country. Don't fret your eyelids on that score, said the young gentleman. I've got to be in London tonight, and I know a spectable old gentleman as lives there, but will give you lodgings for nothink, and never ask for the change, and that is. If any gentleman he knows introduces you, and don't he know me? Oh no, not in the least, by no means, certainly not. Do we wear lipstick? No lipstick. All natural. The young gentleman smiled, as if to intimate that the latter fragments of discourse were playful, ironical, and finished the beer as he did so. This unexpected offer of shelter was too tempting to be resisted, especially as it was immediately followed up by the assurance that the old gentleman referred to would doubtless provide Oliver with a comfortable place with loss of time. This led to a more friendly and confidential dialogue from which Oliver discovered that his friend's name was Jack Dawkins, and that he was a peculiar pet and protege of the elderly gentleman before mentioned. Mr. Dawkins' appearance did not say a vast deal in favour of the comforts which his patron's interest obtained for those whom he took under his protection, but as he had a rather flightly and dissolute mode of conversing, and furthermore avowed that among his intimate friends he was better known by the sobriquet of the Artful Dodger, Oliver concluded that, being of a dissipated and careless turn, the moral precepts of his benefactor had hitherto been thrown away upon him. Under this impression, he secretly resolved to cultivate the good opinion of the old gentleman as quickly as possible, and, if he found the Dodger incorrigible, as he would have that half suspected he should, to decline the honour of his farther acquaintance. Ooh, 88. I just realised I was meaning to do something with Chipu. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. before I forget, because they did offer. But I'm still taking others if they do wish or want to. Thank you, Traveller. I do appreciate it. I realized you said you would. I realized we agreed it was a good idea, and then I must have been caught by something. I think we got raided, didn't we, when we were talking about it, so... Jinx, my pleasure. I appreciate it. Especially because I have had a grand old time on Final Fantasy XIV as well. So good. Oh, I got the kiss in before they left. Oh, that was perfect, Losu. We timed that so well. That was brilliant. Got it down to an art. There we go. We got the right leather this time. The right hides. We remembered. Let's back here, I think. It's going to the wrong place though. Mr. Dawkins' appearance did not say a vast deal in favour of the comforts which his patron's interest obtained for those whom he took under his protection, but as he had a rather flightly and dissolute mode of conversing, and furthermore avowed that among his intimate friends he was better known of the sword-bricant, the artful Dodger. Oh, we already read this bit, sorry. As John Dawkins objected to their entering London before nightfall, it was nearly 11 o'clock when they reached the turnpike at Islington. They crossed from the Angel into St. John's Road, struck down the small street with terminates at Sadler's Wells Theatre, through Exmouth Street and Coppice Row, down the little court by the side of the workhouse, across the classic ground which once bore the name of Hockley in the Hole, thence into Little Saffron Hill, and so into Saffron Hill the Great, along which the Dodger scudded at a rapid pace, directing Oliver to follow close at his heels. DM'd me. Ooh, sorry. Ooh. Where was this leaked, Losu? I mean, I'm just a filthy casual. What have I to lose? Some art and info about the future chapters. Let's go. Clip it. Content. Yeah. Little leaky poos, guys. When was this leaked? Was this like just moments ago? This page contains spoilers for Brighter Shores. Avert your eyes if you don't want to spoil future content. Okay. What I'll do is I'll put up the image and I might just read through this. Oh, there's multiple images. What? Dimitri, most of it's just NPC dialogue. Hey, I like NPC dialogue. Hold on, I'll put a picture, one of the pictures up on the stream, and I'll just read through it. And if people want it, I can link it to you. But just bear in mind, it has spoilery warnings. But the image isn't really so that's a bit in Stonemaw. Let's do Turnip's all about the dialogue. Yeah, yeah. Because to be honest, it's one of the bits that I've been disappointed in the game is that I really enjoyed the quests because I liked reading all the dialogue and stuff that came in a lot of these quests. So, and there's been so few quests in between the leveling and stuff like that. But yeah. Stonewall Hill. Bleak Holm Crags, Twisted Archipelago, and Castle Cragwatch. So these are names of possible future episodes. If anything, if I'm caught up on it, Losu, what do I lose? I lose my account or something like that. I don't think they would get rid of my account on that sort of thing. And if anything, I'm highlighting the fact that they've got a leak somewhere. So, I ain't worried. I can start again. I only have 1,000 levels. Yeah. So NPCs, Curator Migrat, she helps maintain Stonemaw's heritage. Queen Ragnatha, the Queen of the Rot Imps, doesn't seem to be an imp herself. This is the realm of Ragnatha the Rot Queen. You shall not pass by order of her rotten majesty and all of her decaying ancestors. Suspects that Rot Imps have taken the... So these are inserts, which are missing. North from the... something to Queen Ragnatha's rotten realm. Are these inserts that are found somewhere else in the page? No. Okay, so there's missing inserts. I have made a insert number 1 and progressed deeper into the rotten realm. Oh, so Cave Hag Shamarati. So this is actually probably pertaining to the quest, the main story quest as well. Interesting. See, it's the questy poos that I'm excited for. Quests, main quest, so you say, but you'll need a Stonemaw Hill level of 60, a total level of 440, and Shield Bearer level of 18. Okay, it gives away other skills as well. Shield Bearer. And congratulations, you've completed episode 5. The main story, you'll be able to play episode 6 when it is launched. Oh no! Oh, that kind of ruins my idea. They've actually got it placeholdered in that it'll be when episode 6 is launched. That's something that I was hoping wasn't going to be the case. I was hoping they would release more than one episode at a time, because I enjoy watching people race, and I feel like more than one episode released at a time is more interesting than just one. Like, you'll just have everybody racing all the same skills. There's no tactical need to pick skills in other episodes or anything. That's a bit saying. Brett Athena, thank you for the follow. Quickly add that to the page counter before I forget. I wonder if I should put up a text that says spoiler warning as well. Spoiler warning, people. Pin it. There we go. Okay. The Helm of Thramashad. Armor quest. Requires 57 armor. It looks like I do. Someone has stolen the Helm of Thramshad. I need to retrieve the Helm of Thramshad. Did it say where this... All the data is easy to review and no efforts have been made to hide it. Inside the game data asset bundles. So this was found in the current assets, is what I'm reading from that. And it's not been hidden particularly well. So someone's data mined it, by the sense of it. Is that correct? The Helm of Thramshad was our most renowned artifact. Thramshad was a dwarven hero who united our armies to expand the dwarven empire. The Helm of Thramshad, which once belonged to the dwarven hero, Thramshad. That must be the description of the item. Thramshad had quite a big head. Oh, that could be it as well. Thank you, that would be much appreciated. They'll have taken the helm back to Queen Ragnatha's rotten realm to the north of here. I suspect the helm of Thramshad has been taken by rot imps. This is the realm of Ragnatha the Rot Queen. You shall not pass, by order of her rotten majesty and all of her decaying ancestors. Yes, I need to replace it to get deeper into the imp's territory. I need to retrieve the Helm of Thramshad. I'm guessing there is going to be a quest going around of getting the Helm of Thramshad. Let's see what else. I won't read through all of it because it might just give away a little too much than people really want to know, but I'm trying to see if anything kind of relates to any other skills. Salvage. Builder's quest. Okay. Was Builder confirmed? Grand Hall of Builder activities. I can't remember if they ever actually confirmed there was going to be Builder or not. Then you've got the Delver quest. We knew of Delver, I'm certain of that. Builder activities and projects. Grand Hall of Builder activities, building works. If you need bits and pieces for your building projects, maybe I've got what you need. Okay, this is just more speech. More NPC chatter. Lore, the dwarves say trolls are sacred servants to the sky spirits. They were visited by powerful sky spirits. They helped the dwarves in return to use the upper tunnels. I'm proud to be a guard. It's important to keep this place a safe haven for dwarves. Okay, Bleakholm Crags. So I'll change this. This is another image. A pretty beautiful little windmill on the hill. Thank you, Losu, by the way. This is great. Done the Miller, a not so joy. Golomancer. That must be a character? Bleakholm is in a crisis. The golems who were tasked to protect the village have stopped. The wizards who could have repaired the golems have disappeared. Main quest, access to Bleakholm Crags. I was speaking to about plans to sail to Bleakholm Crags. So this one's going to be oversea. To be honest, there's not much in these ones that actually give away any of the future skills. In those, Episode 7's Twisting Archipelago, representations of creatures from Twisted Archipelago. But I don't see anything there. And then you've got Episode 8, Castle Cragwatch. Hopeport's records don't go that far back, but Castle Cragwatch in Bleakholm Crags has an extensive library of ancient tomes. Ooh, library. Okay. Castle Cragwatch might be something I will be interested in. Bring a spirit crystal through the Castle Cragwatch breach. I'll meet you both back at the well. They mentioned Stonemaw Hill, Castle Cragwatch, and the well. Also, it's not that much, but it's more than nothing. To be honest, Bleakholm Crags has an extensive library of ancient tomes. Will I get a reading skill? That's episode 8, though. If that is the case, that's quite a bit away. So, but yeah, Tripmaster, hello. How are you doing? We're looking at the Leaky Poo pages. The picture that's up right now is Bleakholm Crags. So watch yourself. If you don't want spoiler use, careful around me right now. It's mostly, to be honest, I don't want to read out all the chatter because I feel like it's not worth spoiling the quests for people or even myself too much. I read a little bit, but it's just fluff and it'll ruin the story when you actually see it. So I'm not going to read any of that. I was just trying to see if I could pick out the skills and stuff around it, which it's not much. Like Losu said, it's not that much, but it's quite nice. It could even be they were expecting something like this to leak. Does it say written by Sam anywhere? Prone to leaks. Spoil me, daddy. Ugh. Well, from the looks of it, Tripmaster, confirmed skills on like Delver and stuff like that, and Builder. There was Shield Bearer. You needed a certain level of Shield Bearer, which might be the name of their combat skill, but whether or not that will stick after the combat rework is also, I suppose, in question as well. So, yeah, there's those. Builder, Delver, Shield Bearer. There was Armorer as well. I think, yep, Armorer. So, 4 skills. Don't think there was a 5th skill by the looks of it. Go delving for certain items. I'm not going to read what the certain items are. We know what the skills are, and I'm not going to actually spoiler too much for people. The Golemancer sounds interesting, but I think that's just... it's an NPC, so I don't think that's a skill in episode 6. Bleakholm Crags. But yeah, it's a cute little leak. We'll call it a cute leak. It's not too dangerous. It's not actually revealing very much. Really. So we'll put it under cutie pies. We'll give it this leak a CP for cutie pies. I swear we had names for episode 7. Well, it was so Stonewall Hill episode 5, Bleakholm Crags for episode 6, Twisting Archipelago for episode 7, and Castle Cragwatch for episode 8. Castle Cragwatch has caught my interest because there is a little bit in it that says there's an extensive library of ancient tomes. And I'm wondering if I could maybe be getting my reading skill Tripmaster. Will this turnip have to race a skill? We'll have to hope that it's out. Actually, I would want episode 8 to be out after October then, because when I start working, there is no way I'm racing. Absolutely not. Hey, Trip. Getting hellosies from Brit there, Trip. Imagine reading 500. I should get bonus experience, Losu, I would say. Fen should reach out to me and say, you get a bonus turret because of all the reading you've done to support us. You know what would happen though? They would give me that bonus experience and I still would lose the race. I just know it. I 100% would lose that race. Oh, what a story that would be, though. Ponder's Turnip, a gift from the gods, and still failed against the mortals. Just ask for a bigger bonus. Yeah. Fen, hello. Me has bonus, please. For every page I read on stream, they give me a KP's worth of experience. Oh. Man, I would be racing ahead then. Oh boy. Reading is surely good KPH. Yeah, Should
Read
be
me
good,
a page,
wouldn't
you
it?
naughty boy.
Oh, thank you. I shall have that page. I alt-tabbed and I saw my emote. I'm still annoyed I couldn't get that to render as a GIF properly for Twitch. I should have closed the software. Why did I alt-tab? It's haunting me, guys. It's haunting me. Also, I'm not going to stoop. I'm not going to stoop to those that might silence you for getting annoyed with what you say or anything like that. But I will tell you. Yes. Yes, I have tried exporting it as a GIF. Trip, I'm 225 alchemy now, on my way to 226. Nice. Is alchemy a slow grind? How was alchemy for the people getting the 500 race? How slow was it? Garfield Lasagna, thank you for the follow, and I love the name, by the way. Well done. Clap, clap. Love that name. Alchemy is so expensive. Yeah, yeah. And it adds a page to the page counter, Garfield. Thank you very much. I hope you're having a lovely day. Appreciate the support. I'm nearly at 400. I'm only 25 followers away from 400. Wow, that race. The last time, when I did the Turnip tease emote, that was a 200 emote reward. Or 200 follower reward for people. I haven't even had a chance to come up with reward ideas for why we should be subbing or following or anything since. Although I did have an idea of doing a kilted stream, where I would stream in my kilt, or one of my kilts, for people. But I haven't managed to come up with a target that I think is fair or reasonable, or what subs am I on right now anyway? 27. I don't know how far you want to take it for things like that. What was Kels's camera reveal reward? What did she settle for in the end? Because I'd be revealing a lot wearing a kilt. I can wear the actual proper one as well, the Fallamore. So not the one. Well, I mean they're all proper kilts, but not just the waistband one. You can actually get the actual traditional full thing. Just stream what's under the kilt, maybe. It's a high resolution camera, Shoreline. You'd be able to count the hairs. Maybe even count the wrinkles. Only turnips. Yes. I mean, it has crossed my mind, you know? Like, become a mattress actor? I can't say mattress actress, can I? It doesn't work the same when it's mattress
Thank you,
actor.
Daddy. I knew you wouldn't say no.
Thank you, Daddy. What's the equivalent phrase for a mattress actor? 'Cause it's mattress actress for like the OnlyFans ladies, isn't it? Usually, or I suppose any actress in that field. What's the equivalent for the guys? Yeah, mattress actress has got a nice spring to it. Trip Master. You sly devil, that was magical. Beautiful. 1.2 mil experience away, and it slows post 200, but it's not getting to me. Are you sure, Brit? Are you sure? Is this you said you're on your way to 226. How close? How slow is it? Or are we just gonna get another? I'm 1.2 mil experience away. I've never had to experience leveling a skill post 200 yet. Nor am I close. Very strange. Casual plays. Yep, I'm sure. Are you sure you're sure? What's the weather like outside, Brit? How has the grass felt? If I might just ask. Midnight! Hello! Howdy, howdy. Okay, Midnight, have you heard about the leaky poos? Because after a conversation that you and I had, there was something in it that might interest you. But I don't know if you want to know any of the leaky poos. That's why there's spoiler warning up, so let me know now. But just be wary right now, because it has been mentioned and it might get brought up again. But how are you doing, Midnight? Good to see you. I'm 1.2 mil away from 226, okay. I wouldn't know, I'm housebound, have been 4 years due to diabetes. Oh, sugar. Man. Sorry to hear that. I hope you do enjoy the grind in these games then, Brit. And I'm sorry I stepped my foot in it. I stepped my foot in it a lot, but I wasn't to know. Last time I got out was in the ambulance, which ended in surgery that night. Holy sugar. Were you okay for the surgery, though? Was it... well, I'm assuming you're alive and well enough if you're messaging us here, but... Midnight, you're free to talk about leaks. Okay, there is a... Episode 8 is called Castle Cragwatch. And one of the first parts of it in the lore says, Hopeport's records don't go that far back, but Castle Cragwatch in Bleakholm Crags has an extensive library of ancient tomes. So, that's where we go. That's where we go. And I thought that might interest you, Midnight. It has a similar mind to me. Keeps me busy. It's my only entertainment. Well, all the better for having met you, Brit. It's nice to join other people in their hobbies and their entertainments as well. So, a pleasure. And I apologize for sticking my foot in it again. Midnight Premiere, sick. Yeah, it sounds good, doesn't it? It sounds good. Did you ever get your message away? Or it might seem like we don't need to at this point, but... yeah. It was to remove an abscess. 2 of them. Okay. Okay. Well, that must have been a success then, because abscesses. Jeez. I am going to go blind in my right eye from an abscess. I've been told that from my opticians recently. They can't operate on it yet. It needs to be a little bit bigger. But yeah. Oh wait, actually, was that an abscess? It might have been a stigma instead, actually. But yeah. Midnight, not yet. Okay. I mean, they might still... it doesn't really confirm anything, Midnight. I would still maybe put something in, because you had lots of other lovely ideas around it. No, she's turned round. You got your Sigma removed? No, it wasn't big enough, Trip. Brett, then that was the night I was put on to insulin and finger pricking to check blood sugar, which eventually moved to blood glucose sensor in my arms as I got anxious when pricking. Okay. Oh, Britt. My heart goes out to you, man. Lots of love. I don't know if you know this, but a lot of people like to chat to me in Discord and DMs and stuff like that. If it's ever even something you want to write up and eventually just delete, or you can even write it up and tell me to not read it. If you want to vent things, go for it, my friend. Absolutely go for it. I know we're both in the Tannery chat. You'll find me there if you want to do it. I've done it for a few people as well. Because I've been in situations myself where things in my life around me... Oh, man. And it just ain't nobody you can send it to. So, a random person across the world. I do it all the time. Do it for other people as well, if you ever want to. Tell me you don't like stabbing yourself with needles. I don't either. Oh my goodness. I still, when I go to the doctors and they had to do drawing blood and stuff, I have to look away. It's strange. I've got a tattoo. I've got a whole sleeve up my arm. Never bothered me. Well, actually, oh no, that's a lie. I blacked out, or I nearly blacked out when I've got the outline done on my tattoo. Because everybody was telling me the needle for a tattoo is nothing. Like, it's tiny, 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 tiny needle. Which, yeah, when it's loaded into the cartridge, is 100% correct. But to charge the cartridge, the guy had to take the... I don't know if cartridge is the right word, actually. But to charge it, they had to remove the needle to put a fresh one in. So I got to see them open it up and take the needle out, and it's like that length. And I know it's only the nib that pricks you when you're getting your tattoo done, but just seeing the length of the needle was enough to, like, give me jitters. And then when he started giving me the tattoo, I started to black out. But the guy recognized this. Like, my tattoo artist, he was brilliant. He recognized that I was about to black out. He leapt out of the room and he grabbed a juice, a soda, out of his little pack, and he just got me to chug it. He said, drink as much of that as possible, and it snapped me back in the room. I don't know if it was the distraction or if it's something about the sugary drink or something like that, but it was absolutely brilliant. I was right back in the room, and it was crazy because I could actually see things darken, and it was a place that played the kind of music that I kind of liked. There was a lot of like alternative and metal and stuff playing, but I could hear it going whoa, 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 as well. Midnight Premiere, they do that when donating blood. Yeah, it must be a similar... Like, there's not much blood loss with getting a tattoo, though. Oh, well, I mean, I was getting the whole outline of my sleeve done. And it was about halfway through. But I don't think there's that much. I think it was the sensation and having seen the needle and knowing it and stuff like that. Tattooed Turnip when? Also, I have a tattoo. Oh, man. Have I not shown... I put pictures of it. Oh, wait, it might have been... Might have been a Discord that not everybody's in. I'm already... Yeah. Emote, not real turnip. Oh, I was about to strip off for you as well. Oh well, never mind. We'll make that a subscription claim now. No more naked me. Scared of needles, so it's anxiety triggering. Yep. Having to save my life with it. Yeah. I've had bad experience with blood drawing. I passed out as they ignored me when drawing blood, as they wouldn't let me lay down. I prefer to sit up, personally, Brit. But again, that's personal preference. But I have to look away. And so, whatever arm they're drawing from, I'm looking the other way. I usually have Mrs. Turnip come in with me as well, so I can look at her like a child. So yeah, I don't like needles. I really, really don't. I've gotten a bit better with them. I've donated blood, and because I'm a universal plasma donor, I keep forgetting the blood type. It's on a card somewhere that they gave me. So they usually like to take a little more from me, which means I have to sit there a bit longer. But I feel like I should do it. And it kind of gets me a little bit more used to the medical setting and the needles and stuff like that. So I make myself do it. Because a bigger worry that I have personally is that one time I'm going to need the needle in emergency. And if I'm stressing out and reeling away from them or something like that, I worry that I'd get hysterical and try and bat them away and make the situation worse. So I make myself do things like donate blood or something to get over these kinds of fears. It helps a little, but I'm still like, you can't help the buildup of nerves and anxiety. You can't stop it, but you can get a little more used to it. No more freebies. Strip. You can get a sleeve. Don't lay down, I will lose consciousness. Okay. Don't get a tattoo. Or don't let them load it before you get the tattoo. My goodness. Where is this one? So yeah, a tattoo. Here we go. It's so we've got a tap or faucet up on the shoulder here. Difficult to get it the right way round, but there, you can see it in the camera like that. And then it's a rubber duck. Oop. It's a little rubber ducky with a bandana on. And then it's got the koi carp kind of water effect around it. And then there's the drain on my wrist there. Where can I find it? There we go. Whoop, 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 whoop. Drain on the wrist. So what I needed to get finished is on the inside of my arm. I've never been back to the guy. I just never found the time to do it. I've got more time now. But on the inside of the sleeve here, I was going to have a toy shark, which I might actually think of doing the toy baby shark now. You know, from the song, baby shark, do 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 do, baby shark, do 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 do, baby shark, do 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 do, baby shark. Wrapped up in a plug chain, because I haven't got the plug chain on my arm. That's what it was waiting for. I need to get that done on the inside of the arm, going through it as well. So that is something else I've been wanting to add to it. It's not nerves that stopped me from getting the rest of the tattoo done, though. It's really been a time factor and stuff. That, and I don't even know if the tattoo artist is still alive. I'm sure he is. He was about the same age as me, but it's been a long time. It's been over 10 years since I got my last tattoo done. And I do need to get the rubber duck touched up. The yellow, which is common in the yellow color, has started to fade a little bit. So I need to get that topped up, and it finished as well. But yeah. Need to get a Team Tannery image. Just get the leatherworking logo tattooed. Ooh. Get it tattooed on my hide. Looks badass, champ. To be honest, it looks kind of friendly. I get weird. Loves it. That was perfect timing for me getting into the tannery as well. That was bang on. I came through the door. Yeah, I get weird reactions over my tattoo, especially on tours. People see it and they think, is this a sketchy guy? And then when they get closer to me and shake my hand and realize it's a rubber duck, and I always get the same thing because they've got my hand in their right hand. We're shaking the right hand. And they just pop the other hand up, pointing to it. It's like, is that a rubber duck? I'm like, yep. Welcome to the tour. Here we go, guys. You've got me. So much fun. I actually can't wait to get started for the season again. April 18th. I have a date. I have a date for when I start again. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. I like it. I hope people can achieve and get into a position where they can love their work like I have done. Honestly, it's worth chasing, guys. It is so worth chasing. I do like it. And it works with streaming as well. I get lots of time off in the winter. And if this at all became quite, you know, not successful, but got to a bit where I could live off it a little bit, or there was enough from it a little bit to pay some things, I can adjust the tours. You can always do as much or as little as you want on those kinds of things as well, which is always kind of interesting. And I really enjoy this. So I kind of want to keep it up. More so than I have in the past. I've been doing this a little while, but it's been way, way more fun this year. I'm not going to lie, you've all made it far more exciting for me. So thank you so much. That I do want to keep it up and get this emote working. Anybody that's new coming to the stream, has anybody used OpenTunes? I don't know how many people have joined us or came on the raids and stuff. Does anybody know how to export from OpenTunes in a GIF? And I have downloaded FFmpeg before that is recommended to me. Does anybody know? And if not, shame. That's a shame. What I maybe should have done was got some kind of... Well, actually, I didn't need to get any kind of expensive paid software. Loads of people were recommending OpenTunes as a way to make your GIFs. I'm not upset about it, though. Can I download the images separately? Yes, I think there is a way to render the image. I can even tidy them up on clip art as well if they have any problems or issues. The thing is, I'd like to do more animating, Losu, because I feel like I could animate my following alert and subscription alerts, and even like people rewarding, like people reward a page read. I could easily animate a book opening and then a page ripping out and flying into the air or something like that. I'm capable of drawing those things, and I'm capable of drawing them in order. So I'd rather just get it working. I'm not upset about it, but I want it to work. Look at it. I did so much. I know it's such a little thing, but look at them. Look at my little animated turnip. I kept it under 60 frames. There's only 54 there. I don't know. Actually, is there a frame rate limit on GIFs? Is that maybe what it is? I don't think there is. Like, there can't be, because I've seen some really smooth emotes. Cute. Thank you, Britt. I worked hard on it. This is my very first animation, Britt. I have never animated before. I know it's very basic. I know it's very simple, but from here, you know, you just grow. You just keep practicing. You get further. And yeah, it has to be doable. I just don't know how yet. Just do one wave and have it looped. Less frames needed. Yeah. Oh, actually, I could try that now. So it completes a sequence in 9 frames, I think it is. See what happens if I try to render it now. GIF. Wave. Nope. See, it goes through the rendering process, but I just don't get the file. It's so strange. It says finalizing, please wait. Completes that, shuts down, and then there's nothing. It's so strange. Also my favorite almost my favorite color, pink. Pink is my favorite color, Britt. I prefer babyier pinks. Usually my PC lights up in a kind of Kirby pink. Kirby is one of my favorite characters. So Kirby pink is how my PC lights up. So a little bit lighter shade. But turnips naturally have that sort of deeper, closer to purple kind of coloration. So I better drop off the leathers. Start doing leathers. But Loso, but you do you. Try to find out. I hope you manage. I hope I know I will manage, Losu, but as you can probably tell, I've whipped myself up into a bitterness about it. Do you know how I know I got annoyed with it, Losu? I had to... So, I was finishing it up between having our meal and having to drop Mrs. Turnip off for the work run. And between that time, there's like maybe an hour and a half, 2 hours we have free. I thought 2 hours perfect. I just need to do the finishing touches and add a couple of extra frames here and then render it. So I got through that all. I even understood that the render probably wouldn't be successful and I'd have to do a little bit of work. And true enough, OpenToonz doesn't directly itself export to GIF. You have to download FFmpeg and use that, which is reasonable enough. I've heard other softwares have to do that too. So I did that, and I followed the instructions to the latter, and I did it 3 times over. And it didn't work. But the way I found out that I was annoyed about it is there is just that one kind of look that Mrs. Turnip gives me when she knows I've been disheartened by something. And it's that kind of, there, it'll be all right kind of look. It's not in a kind of like diminishing way that she looks at me for it, but it's just she can feel my pain and my disappointment, and I got that look from her today when I was dropping her off, and I realized I must have been getting upset about it. It didn't curate me any better though, because still want to smash the PC. Crimson nerd. Affectionate. Carpentry workshop superior to the kitchen? Yeah, probably. But tannery on top. Tannery on top. I saw you here. I think you're merchanting right now. How are you doing, Crimson? How are you doing? You are, yes. Yeah, so I'm going to have to merchant soon as well. I'm not getting through too many pages. Well, actually, we did a fair shake of pages. But I need to do a few more. Keep accidentally hitting Hope Forest Teleport instead of Cren. Yeah, for a long time I kept hitting Crenopolis teleports when I was wanting other ones in the other areas as well. Midnight and Crimson know each other. Oh, by the way, Midnight, I never got to verbally congratulate you. Congratulations on the double 500. Well done on that. Or the twin 500, I should say. It's not a double 500. The twin. The first twinned 500. On Woodcutter. I don't think it... It didn't double you up. It's a shame. It would have been nice to have had the same space. But I guess the leaderboard's just not capable of it. Brit, Tannery on top. Yes. All the Hope Forest homies know each other. Just like all the Kren people know each other. But they just pretend they don't know me, Crimson. I walk through the streets of Crenopolis and I get hellos from some, and then the rest, they just like to pretend they don't know me. Almost there, second to last leather. Are you nearly at 500, Losu? Are you serious? Oh, new leather. Second to last leather. Oh, okay, the second to last leather to 500. Got you. Got you. Their positions will swap depending on who refreshed their leaderboards last. Okay. To be honest, I remembered speaking about it with Midnight before, and we were postulating on what might be the effect that it has, and whether it comes down to when you earned the experience. And I think we did mention, or does it count on when you click the refresh button? And it would be great to be able to time it with each other, but nigh on impossible to do so. But it still would have been fun. Maybe if it's highlighted enough to Fen, they'll put in that one double position for them. Who knows? Stranger things have happened. Midnight. With Discord, all things are possible. I do know that Fen Sam has seen the party. Ooh. Ooh. It would be nice. Fingers crossed that maybe they'll be able to do something. I don't know if they can. It probably needs a whole lot of work that they probably don't really have the time to invest, but they can. Crimson, I'm sure Andrew will be ecstatic to do such an obscure change to the leaderboard. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I bet they'll love working on their leaderboard now. Yeah. If it's a fun change, though, maybe from the sounds of it, Andrew gets quite excited over fun things. So you never know. You never know. But yeah, I think the feeling towards the leaderboards in general is a bit dulled, shall we say, to put it politely. But yes. Yes. But how are you doing, Crimson? How are you doing? It's been probably a few days or so. I hope you're well. Welcome to Crenopolis, my good friend. Welcome to the right place. The good place. When I'm chatting to you all, I really should be doing merchant or detective or something. And saving these tannery for reading. Although, I think I can do the next raid then. Did I get enough? Watchman. Yes. Yes, I did. And I think I actually have decent weapons. Yes. Yes, I do. Merchant hurts my little wood brain. I combine it with detective, Crimson. Makes it far more interesting. Makes the routes far more wild. Look at this bounty list I've got up here. I'm looking for a stolen cat. And I'm doing pizzas, beef, and watches and stuff. It's beautiful. What merchant needs is more mess. I think it's been well established, though, that doing the investigations with the merchant doesn't actually increase leveling. I don't think any of the overall levelers took it as a strat. As much as I enjoy it, it's purely just enjoyment, nothing more. The Forest will accept Crimson Gunner in a hostage trade with Kren. We aren't holding them hostage, Midnight. Crimson is here because they know they should be here. I have got 97 leatherworking. Oh my god. Yeah. Crimson, yeah, I heard Casey say Kren just isn't great for multi-skilling. I enjoyed Hopeport more. I think it's great that the skills work with each other, but yes, multi-skilling isn't the way Kren should be played. And Casey would be the right person to ask for that, being the first to actually max it. But it is nice how Watchman gives you the levels to do the dens with Detective, which gives you the shortcuts to help Merchant, which gives you the discounts for leatherworking. It's just nice how they all help each other. Yeah, as its own, it's well designed. Yeah, I like, not even just to be tannery on top and all that sort of cheering sort of thing. I really enjoy Crenopolis most of all because I just feel it is well designed, and I hope a lot of its kind of ideas that they got to this point maybe eke out in the future episodes and such. I hope future episodes will be structured a lot like this. But I don't think everybody likes it. I know I do, but I've heard a few people that don't actually like Crenopolis at all. They hate that it feels like you need one skill for the other. And it's not that you do need it, but it just helps it. I never actually asked Casey. Having said that, I don't think I've met Casey too much. But I wonder what order Casey did the skills in. I don't know if anybody else knows what order Casey did them in. I wonder if they did it in Watchman, Detective, Merchant, Leatherworker. They did do it in that order. Yeah. It feels like it would be the optimal way of doing it. I don't know how I'm doing on leaderboards. Ooh, I'm the top 1500 overall. Like, I'm still climbing, but I really don't play all that much. I might be in the top 1000 at some point. That'd be nice. I hate how disconnected the leatherworking levels are compared to the discounts. Yes, that is a little frustrating. Having to... Because, especially Crimson... When I got 100 Detective, I then got 100 Watchman, and Merchant was like maybe 8 levels away or something. Oh, just caught a thief. So I think it was she came in and says, "Oh, come on, you can do it. You can get 3 skills to 100 in the same night. Go for it." So we did. It would have been really nice to have done the same with leatherworking, but because of the gap between the 2 skills, it just didn't work. So yeah, I feel that as well. It will turn around. Oh, does it? Do they come rolling in thick and fast on Merchant? It's 2... seem to be quite well spaced out throughout. Oh, wait, no, they do. Yeah. $300 to $350, it's higher leatherworking compared to merch. Okay. Oh well, can't wait to get to 300 leatherworking. Man, I'll be lucky. I feel like I'll be lucky if I get to level 200 in anything at this point. It's Let's go. You say that for every milestone. I know. I know. You would stop at 99 first. Yeah. You know me, Losu. I'm such a tease. Imagine having multiple 500s. It's so good, Crimson. You know I was rooting for you as well, because you'll be always my first love. I'm sorry, everybody else, but Crimson really was my first love that found me in Brighter Shores. So especially because I was playing the game ridiculously and in a ridiculous way. When you did find me. Midnight, I think the new Cabbage Man episode 3 is coming in the next 24 hours. Oh, I never watched them, Midnight. I need to watch them. How long are they? They're not that long, were they? Oh, you did link me it. Do you know what it was? You linked me it and I was trying to get... where was it? Sorry. Like 30 to 45 minutes. Okay. Watch and stream. Like, if it's a short clip or something like that, yeah. But watching somebody's work that took them probably quite a bit to make, and it's 30 to 45 minutes long, that feels like a steal. I don't know. Especially because I do stream to YouTube as well, Midnight. I don't think that's a good idea. You can usually get away with little things, but not more than that. Like shorts and stuff. Yeah, I do still have it here. Yeah. Okay, I still have the Cabbage Man mode link. Perfect. I just have to double check, because sometimes when people DM me, they then disappear and stuff in it is lost. Sometimes there was stuff that I wish I could remember because they linked me stuff. I was like, I should have saved that page. Although, I'm on Reddit all the time. I'm sure it wouldn't be difficult to find the Cabbage Man. They're mentioned there a lot. Yeah, he told me that my 500 would be in the next episode, and I was assuming that meant Midnight's too. Oh, is it? I've seen Cabbage Man run around quite a bit, but I doubt that they know me. So they just run past. I think they were chatting to Neroda. Were they not in the mines for quite a bit? Mines of Mantaban for quite a bit. I'm sure I saw Neroda chat with them or something like that. I don't think I've seen the Cabbage Man in Crenopolis. Has the Cabbage Man come to Crenopolis? There's the cabbage cart. I'll need to watch the episodes, find out more. I'll need to do my research on the Cabbage Man. I'm shamefully not up to date. To be honest, usually I watch something when I snack after streams, so that might be a good idea. Ooh, sunshine. No prize. What's it on? Patchy's on 1100. Thank you, Crimson. 1100 doubloons to be won. 50 a roll. Easy prize. Easy money. Da. Can I win it? Nope. I can't afford to PP5 myself. The problem with running these big pots is I can't afford to run these big pots, and I never win my own pot. Jeez.
Pineapple to start, the dance in the air. Hop, step, jump, it's a lively affair. Crenopolis marbles, oh what a sight. Tap, tap, watching the disco
Thank you, Twisty.
lights. Pineapple groove, let's move and glide. Party all night, with these spots will ride. And now let's dance to the beat so alive. Hop, step, jump, feel the thrill, let it drive.
My goodie. Oh, Midnight. Thank you. You didn't win or anything, though, did you? You don't owe me a tip. Was it one? Did you win the pot? You never know when a wild Twisty may appear. That is frightening, Twisty. I can't lie. Nah, I just give away. Oh, thank you. I might actually. I can only PP4 because I already rolled one, but there we go. Oh, never mind. Thank you for the doubloons, though. Appreciate it. Yeah, I got your message, Twisty. I just replied to it now. Oh, wait, I didn't confirm on one part of it, though, but, yeah. Oh, jeez, I need to finish writing that other thing. I've deleted it so many times. But I have one that I wrote out that I need to send to you, Twisty. Please remind me. I get so forgetful of these things. Just poke me and tell me I'm an idiot for forgetting. Do, 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 There we go. At your convenience, mate. I am patient. No, it's nearly finished. It's nearly finished. I can't remember what happened that made me stop writing on the one that I was happy with. But I'll get back to it. It'll be something or other. And who knows? I'm not one of those people that's shouted on a lot. I'm not a useful man. Well, actually, no. I'm not a useful man in the way that people most essentially think men would be useful, like, practically. Mrs. Turnip is better at the practical things than me. But when somebody is hurting and somebody needs somebody, I drop everything. I drop everything. So it was one of those moments, if I remember it now right. It's remembering which one, but I think I remember which one it is. It's private, of course, so I'm not going to tell you what it was, but it was one of those things where you just got to drop it, and I do. I always do. But yeah. Sometimes it's not even like a big thing. Sometimes it's just somebody like, they were nasty to me. I need somebody to eat ice cream with me. And then I'm sold free ice cream. Nice. I could probably take away the spoiler thing, can't I? How do I do this? Stop that. Free ice cream, you all heard it. Turret's paying. Twisty, if you ever came to my neck of the woods, I know a fantastic place to get ice cream, and I would buy you ice cream. 100%. 55 ice creams. How many people's in the stream right now? 18. It'd be 18 ice creams, Losu. Come on. I think one of them counts as me. Well, I suppose I'd buy myself an ice cream, so it'd be 18 ice creams. Where's the 55 coming from? Got me excited. 55 is about right. Even if it was a double scoop, you're looking at 36 at best. Don't forget, I am Scottish and I am cheap. Can I say I'm a hungry bastard? What do you do with it? I can't, come on. You can't eat that much ice cream, surely. I'm a ice cream goblin. But I'm not eating a triple scooper. Well, actually, I think I've eaten a triple scooper before. But even then, a triple scoop. Oh, we're up to 20 now. That'd be 60. Okay. Yeah, then you'd need the scoops. We'd be a bit short on scoops if people were wanting triple. $55 hamburgers as well. I don't think they do hamburgers at that place, Losu. There is a place nearby it that does hamburgers, but they're not very good. We'll have to oh! You know what they do good, though? Man, fish tacos. Oh, boy. They do fantastic fish tacos. Yep. I'll get you them. With the ice cream. Not the burger. Their burgers aren't great. They're not worth it. But the waffle cones, midnight, you can have that ice cream any way you want. Oh, they do them in bubble waffles as well. So not just the waffle cones. You can actually get the proper griddled bubble waffle filled with ice cream and sauces and all kinds of things. I'd get you that. Actually, I think that comes with triple scoops. So that would bump up the 60 that we'd need now. We'll all go. I would do it. Hell, I would do it. If everybody turned up, I would get you all ice cream. Wouldn't even bat an eyelid. I'd buy you all ice cream. We take Wash with us as well. He loves that ice cream place. They do peanut butter doggy ice creams, so it's good. It's a really good place. Damn, it's suddenly gotten cold in my room. Yeah, it's kind of cold. Yeah, lol, you said if we turn up. Yeah. I've actually, midnight, a lot of people were starting to say, hey, look who turned up. It's Turnip. Turnip turned up. I've changed it to where if my notification goes out for me going live on stream, I think I changed it to turn up for Turnip. Yeah, I did. I thought it was so funny. A lot of people were saying it when I was jumping into... I said Loso, stop. What's Loso doing? Oh, Brit, watch out. Twisty might be lurking. I wouldn't put it past him either. He's a sneaky devil. Oh, you've been in Twisty streams, you know. Remember, Brit, Twisty built an airport, so they have flight access. Careful. They'll be in and about the house like a tidal wave or a tsunami. They'll promise you good flood defenses whilst you get washed away. Really? Possible royalty visit from Twisty? Yes, Twisty's royal. Oh, we're talking about you, Twisty. After everybody's calling me posh, we'll send it your way. Twisty's posher than me. Twisty's more posh than me. That's how you introduced in Discord. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think you do introduce yourself as the king of the tannery. Can't be me anymore. I was deposed. Hold on, Loso. I got your thing. I'll try and get it on screen. Oh wait, I think I know this one. I think I know this one.
You know, I'd like to pay for the guy's meal behind me, too. You know, just pay it forward.
Oh, wow, that's really nice of you.
Yeah, who knows? Maybe it'll catch on.
All right, well, you have a great day, sir.
Yeah.
Stop! 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 Please let me go! Please let me go first! I'm doing something!
Oh, is this why you were asking for 55?
55
Oh, now I get it.
100
Okay.
100 pizzas, 100 tenders, 100 meatballs, 100 coffees, 55 wings, 55 shakes, 55 pancakes, 55 pasta, 55 peppers, and 155 taters.
Okay, that'll be $680.
Okay.
I didn't play the full thing. Oh. $55. I'm doing something. Stop! Stop! 55 ice cream. Just clicked the first one. It didn't play the whole thing. Yeah, I have seen the whole thing before though. Because he tries to escape over the curb, and it grounds the car. I'm terrible on TikTok. Honestly, like, I've got nothing that's done really that well on TikTok. Do you want to see how well I do on TikTok? Well, I put up one of my own. Nope. This might be the wrong account. Is it? Oh no, no, it's the right account. This is so bad. I don't do TikTok, I just Google the meme and click to the first one. Oh, sure, let's see. I'll still show off mine. It's rubbish though, don't get too excited. Nope, that's not the right page. That's not the right page either. There we go. Let's get the tannery stuff on the go. I can't even remember where I saw this that made me try to do it, but I thought that I could hold a note really well. I don't know if this is really well. But here we go. That's it. That's all I ever did. That is my most viewed video on TikTok. Yeah. There we go. That's it. That's and I've got, oh guys, wait till you see or wait till you find out my 6 followers actually. I have 6 followers on TikTok. Look how famous I am. I actually quite enjoy TikTok as well. I just keep following those stupid little trendy bits though, and it does nothing. Yeah, that's me. No notification for the resub. Did Twisty's resub not come in? All I need is the emotes. Oh, I would say my thank yous, Twisty. I appreciate it. Yeah, you don't have to say it out loud. You can resub quietly. I do appreciate it. Yeah, there's a couple that do that for me. I'm happy the USA get to keep TikTok. To be honest, it's just a bit of fun. I'm happy that anybody gets to use it if they get to enjoy it for any reason. I don't get too much American TikTok, to be honest, because a lot of the TikTok I get usually comes from Germany or the Netherlands because that's what's watched in my house by me. So I don't get too much of it, and whenever it does pop up, it's just, I don't know, it's just people complaining about each other, I have to say, every time. I don't know. It's a shame, but I just find it's funnier from other places. I have to be brutal in that. I have to be brutal and honest. It was yeah, there's a lot less complaining. Twisty, I just hope it was the right choice. The one thing I did really enjoy out of the whole TikTok affair, though, was the interview with the CEO. I find that's a really funny clip, where he's like, where were you born or something like that? And he was like, Singapore. He's like, have you ever worked with the Chinese government? And he's like, no, I'm from Singapore. He's like, do you have any... It keeps bringing it up over and over again. And the guy's like, Senator, I'm from Singapore. I did enjoy that. That was quite funny. Some of the USA streamers post their best Twitch clips on TikTok. Yeah, oh, don't get me wrong, Britt. I do that as well. I put some of my clips on TikTok. The only person that found them that I know of, because I think actually it was Shoreline Chronicles, they commented on one, but I think that was actually a YouTube short. It was me screaming. I don't know how they found it, but Shoreline Chronicles found me screaming on stream, which was made into a short. So yeah, I use TikTok for that as well. But for some reason, me holding a note to try and make a chicken fly did far better. So at only 909 views, I say it did better, but it didn't do great. Oh, hi Crimson. Oh, I missed it. It ran too fast.
Thank you, Daddy. I knew you wouldn't say no.
Losu, I'm off. Thanks for the stream. Enjoy the rest of it. Lovely to see you, Losu. Always a great laugh. It's always nice to have someone to blow kisses to in Crenopolis. Oh boy. Oh, is that the first time you've heard the "Thank you, Daddy" redeem, Brit? My stream is developing a certain theme. Lots of love, Losu. Have some good sleeps. I will miss you. And I will miss your little icon that you put up in the tannery of the spectacled man with a very long nose. The old boy of you screaming. Oh, did you find it?
Have I gone up the wrong...
To be honest, I can just show you guys it if you really want.
Have I gone up the...
You made me come back. Oh, you want to see this? Okay. Okay, well, we'll put this one up.
Wrong way? Well, that was awful. Ah! Have I gone up the wrong way? Well, that was awful.
Man.
Ah! Have I gone up the wrong way? Well, that was awful.
Thank you,
Ah! Have I gone up the wrong way? Well, that was awful. Ah! Have
I don't know why I didn't sound clip that one, actually. Oh wait, I didn't do all the... There we go, Losu left me the spectacled man. Thank you, Losu. It's probably going to sit there for ages now. Nobody's saying anything in the tannery anymore. I have left my mark, and long will it remain. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. It's not the longest nosed spectacle man I'd seen in a while. Don't tempt me. I'll never let you sleep. Return to us, Losu. Show us everything. Oh, he's a really sleepy boy. Quick, come in and talk. Yes. Strike up a conversation. Do that awkward conversation where somebody's trying to get away and you bring up something mundane, but of which they enjoy. What does Losu enjoy? Mayhem. Apart from mayhem. I haven't even checked if I got to the next leather yet. 98. Oh, it's not till 103. I might actually get 100. Ooh, boy. I think we might go for it. 100 leather working tonight. Why not? And we still have lots of pages to read as well, so we can get working on them too, if people are still enjoying Oliver Twist. Or Oliver Twisty. Discord. I'm mat running at the moment. Mat running? Oh, gathering materials for alchemy. Are you doing the whole floor technique as well? So I'm spending more gold. I'm buying it. See, I feel like alchemy is one of those skills that if I get it 200, I will probably be passiving it after that. I don't know how expensive it is to passive alchemy. If it's actually cheaper at all to do it that way than doing it the regular way. It'll be far more interesting when the player trading comes in. But I feel like to make the player trading worth it as well, it's probably going to have to come in at some point when there's people doing much more. Or they've attracted a lot more of the player base back with a big content update. Cherry! Hello! How are you doing? Welcome to Brighter Shores. Good to see you. Thank you again for the fun on Final Fantasy as well. Which I have planned to go back on Saturday. I was going to make it another Brighter Shores day on Saturday, but I'm enjoying Final Fantasy 14 too much, so I'm going to be playing Final Fantasy on Saturday instead. But I hope you're well. It's good to see you. Brit, it can be just as pricey just to buy 24 of each mat needed for the passive pots. 400 silver or so. Oh. Oh, wait. I'm supposing there's no profit on it either, is there, Brit? Is the passive profitable at least? Does it make the money back? See if we can get a page in Evolver Twist while we're doing this as well. While people say their pieces. The anemone I need are 532 silver for 24. The Sentinel spray 609 silver, and not really. You get some back, but not much. Man, alchemy just seems like a really bum deal. Alchemy is one of those skills that really, really needs player trading. A lot of the pots are useful, and you'll get people that would want to buy them. And there'll be people knowing that the people making those pots need the materials. It's one of those skills that really, really desperately needs it. Especially because a lot of the ingredients come from a lot of different episodes as well. I think alchemy is desperate for player trading to come in, really. I know people have managed to get 500 alchemy, but man, it must have been so expensive. So expensive. Jeremy, doing good. Good. You've caught me in the tannery in this game. This is a lot of grinding. But it's great for chatting. It's great for reading books. This is what we do here. This is what we do here. And let the boys sleep as well. But I can't wait to see more of those Hildy quests. Oh, I really can't wait to see more of the Hildy quests. Tannery on top, north side rules. Yes. North side. Never ever tan anything on the south side. Although Oliver had enough to occupy his attention in keeping sight of his leader, he could not help bestowing a few hasty glances on either side of the way as he passed along. A dirtier or more wretched place he had never seen. The streets was very narrow and muddy, and the air was impregnated with filthy odours. There were a good many small shops, but the only stock in trade appeared to be heaps of children, who, even at that time of night, were crawling in and out at the doors or screaming from the inside. The sole places that seemed to prosper amid the general blight of the place were the public houses, and in them, the lowest orders of Irish were wrangling with might and main. Covered ways and yards, which here and there diverged from the main street, disclosed little knots of houses where drunken men and women were positively wallowing in filth, and from several of the doorways, great ill-looking fellows were cautiously emerging, bound to all appearance on no very well-disposed or harmless errands. Oliver was just considering whether he hadn't better run away, when they reached the bottom of the hill. His conductor, catching him by the arm, pushed open the door of a house near Field Lane and, drawing him into the passage, closed it behind them. "Now then," cried a voice from below in reply to a whistle from the Dodger. "Plummy and Slam," was the reply. This seemed to be some watchword or signal that was all right, for the light of a feeble candle gleamed on the wall as the remote end of the passage, and a man's face peeped out from where a balustrade of the old kitchen staircase had been broken away. "There's two on you," said the man, thrusting the candle farther out and shielding his eyes with his hand. "Who's the other one?" "And you, pal," replied Jack Dawkins, pulling Oliver forward. There we go. Got a page down. Kaylin! Swag! Suya boy tell him. Your voice is so dreamy. Is that what that means, Kaylin? Thank you. I appreciate that, really. I like it when people use the flamboyant words like dreamy and such. Very kind. It's been doing quite well. My little audiobook. Oh, I forgot to put out an audiobook chapter today. I'll need to do that before I go. Well, I'm probably better to do it during the daytime now, but yeah. Yep. I finished another chapter of 1984. It's the editing that takes so long. I really didn't anticipate how much work editing would have been. Soldier Boy is a rapper. Oh, Soldier Boy. Tell him. Here was me reading it like it was Latin or something like that. Suya Boy Telem. I know who Soldier Boy is. I'm such an idiot. He's the one credited with coining the term swag, as far as I know. Oh, really? Okay. Yeah, it'd just be goofy. Didn't want you to think it was some kind of obscure insult. No, no. You know, you would have got away with it, Kaylin. I would have gone on forever thinking if I told people Suya Boy Telem, I was telling them that their voice is dreamy. There we go. New position. Comfy. How are you doing? How are you doing, Kaylin? Are we friends on... Actually, to that matter, Brit, are we friends on Brighter Shores? Because I'm nearly level 100 friends. Kaylin, doing good, man. Making my way through the Hopeport grind. What stage are you on now? What's the current grind of choice in Hopeport? My name's As here. Cool. Maybe add the R? Oh, we are already friends. See, this is the thing. I don't always know if we're friends until usually 500 parties. That's when you bump into people. Still pretty early off working on foraging right now. See, foraging is one I feel like I should do, especially because of the monument as well. What's my name in game? Ponders Turnip. This is me. This is me in game. 1 ponders over turnips. You went past my name 4 times. Did I? Oh yeah, because it's right at the top of the list. Oh we are. Oh we are friends. Hello, Z's. Nice. I'm still 3 away from level 100 friends then. Ah, well. I didn't finish... Why do I keep... Oh boy. Yeah. Yeah. I'm a derp. I do that a lot. What can I say? Wow, I'm only level 50 friend making. I was hoping that the friend making was something I would get done more quickly, Kaylin. When I started streaming Brighter Shores, it was wild. But then we all kind of are one big happy family now. And I just like to double check. Because there's a few times I go to a 500 party and then I bump into people. I'm not friends with them, but I see them in other people's chat all the time. How have I not friended them in game? The only skill that's capped at 200 and no cape. I'm like, I want my 100 and 200 friend cape. It's my gold. That's what I want to spend it on. It's got to be those tannery fumes, definitely. Man. Although I was kind of dotty in this game even before then. So Crimson, who was in the stream earlier, I mentioned how they were the first one to find me in Brighter Shores. What happened was they saw a Ponder's Turnip running around Hope Forest. And they just thought it was funny. They went into the Twitch Brighter Shores category and they found a wondrous turnip there and thought, oh, that's a funny coincidence. And then when they clicked on it, they found it was me and it was like, wow, that is a real funny coincidence. Oh, Ephraim. Oh, Ephraim. And so they started watching me on stream and I was a mess. I hadn't even went through the options to find out that you could just left-click things to perform the first action on the list. And little things like that. So they helped me with all my settings and whatnot before then. They also advised that I do the spider quest in Hope Forest. So Crimson did highly recommend that I do the carpenter and finish the spider quest, which I think is a given for anybody playing this game. But I kind of refused to do it. I didn't refuse, I just wanted to carry on with the story. So I ended up in the Mines of Mantaban. I was playing around with stonemason because I thought it was fun. I liked the clink clink of the noises. That's when I met OJ Allen, Kells the Mod, and Philip76. because they raided me there. And they saw me mining in the mines of Mantaban and manually taking my fill of stone back to the stonemasons to store it. They're like, what are you doing? UIM style. Oh, what's UIM mean? Educate me. Tell me. Oh yeah, you gotta do Spider's Quest. Yeah. Yeah, I got that recommended day one. Ultimate Iron Man. Oh man, I should have pulled that off. Ultimate Iron Man. No quest bonuses. You're not allowed to use the quest bonuses. Oh, that would be awful, though. Boy, could you imagine... Like, if somebody made it a category, though... Whew. The first Ultimate Iron Man 500. How long would that take? On any skill. Especially Stonemason. Could you imagine? Jeez. Those skills are already so slow. Ultimate Iron Man? What about Cabbage Man? Is he doing Ultimate Iron Man? Is he not using the storage portals or anything? Cabbage Man is carrying an inventory of -1 cabbages. Oh, right, okay. Sorry, but that's just a thoroughly unenjoyable way to play the game. I mean, props to Bugatti for soldiering through it, but I would never. Disagree. You don't see the glory of the cabbage yet, but you will. Oh, yes, you will. It's just occurred to me that I could read all of your messages like I read books. I don't know why I don't do that. You can all have my voice. Look, I worship at the Church of the Cabbage, just like the next guy. I feel like there's a but here. There's going to be a butt coming. I'm just not going to fill my inventory with 23 of the things. Poser. Not a true cabbage enjoyer. That's quite fun, actually. I'll stop if you guys want me to stop. Turnip, adding the actual drama to this convo. Yeah, it's nice when people have a to and fro in the old chat. Rack up! I sound like an anime villain, according to Turnip. I mean, I've watched your stream, Twisty. That's exactly how I hear you. I'm just mimicking your voice. Although I don't do the Dutch accent very well, but I think I've got your cadence down. kind of sound like a young Gold member. If you've seen that Austin Powers movie. I love gold. Yes, I have a Dutch accent. Isn't that weird? You have not? Yeah. Although, I don't know about you, Kaylin. I feel like they're a single watch thing and don't go back to it. Because I went back to the first one recently and decided not to watch the other two because I didn't have the laughs like I once did. Like the first time round. I'm watching Turnip. I'm not missing out. I'm giving you an evil laugh and everything. It wasn't the same as you remember? No, it was. I was watching it with my younger brother, and it was with him that I watched it the first time round. And you know what I think it was? I was getting excited for all my favorite moments, like the orange sherbet and the turning the vehicle around in the tight corridor and stuff like that. And I think maybe I got myself too excited. Actually, is that from the first film? Was that a later one? I think I'm blending them together a bit. But that was the one we ended up watching again, and I may have overhyped myself, I think. Because I do remember getting extremely excited for watching it back. I think I ruined it for myself. Come on now, you know you love Foxy Cleopatra. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I do like Foxy Cleopatra. Badass, cool, and sexy all at the same time. I mean, yeah. Okay, Turnip, here is the deal. Crusader Kings 3 would be great, as you could give all characters their own voices. I would defo tune in for that. Am I good at making other voices, though? Well, I mean, I could certainly give it a good try. I've always been interested in Crusader Kings 3. I just never tried it. Like, I love Stellaris, and I love Hearts of Iron. I just never tried Crusader Kings 3. That was like, I already had two very big games of the same ilk. I don't want to say they're the same genre, but the same ilk. So I just never tried it. I guess very RPG. I've watched some people play it. I've watched the Spiffing Brit play it a lot. That's always quite funny. I think I could do both your guys' accents. My accent, yeah, you probably could. My Scots accent isn't particularly strong. It's from a region of Scotland people find very difficult to point out. But we are known for having very mild Scottish accents. Do they emphasize the role-playing? Or are they more about metagaming? Yeah, Spiffing Brit is it's Spiffing Brit Twisty breaks games. Spiffing Brit breaks games and min-maxes them to high heaven, but achieves like absolutely preposterous things in doing so. It's hilarious. It's really, really funny. But yeah, they don't go into... They role play it a bit, as in they make a character that they give a character to. But it's so ridiculous. It's kind of profound. Brit Athena, I heard my name. Yes, you share your name with one most spiffing. Whom calls everybody by lady and gentleman. Galen, I mean, it wouldn't sound like a flowing river of gold, like when you talk, but the accent I think I could get. Oh, my goodness, that compliment is beautiful. I love that. Do you know, Kaelin, I don't get it. I love the compliments and stuff, but when editing my audiobooks and stuff and having to re-listen to myself over and over again, it is painful to me. I really don't like my own voice. And I thought it was a bit of an odd thing, but Cosmic doesn't like their voice either. We were talking about it in a collab. They really, really don't like listening back to their own things too much either. Leaves out the best part. The dialogues are great. Oh no, I pulled out threads. What's this? I'll get it out later. My beautiful Udi. Kayla, you have a nice voice, you gotta admit. Oh! I get compliments about it a lot. On stream, moreover this year. I must admit, I've been streaming a long time and nobody ever told me that they watched my streams to hear me talk or read until this year. It was weird. I streamed Temtem for almost the entire winter last year, and it was this year that some of the people that watched me play Temtem told me, oh, your voice is the only way I hear Temtem now when I read that game and such, which I thought was beautiful. So this is the first year that I actually started reading books and playing something like Final Fantasy XIV, where you read a lot and such. But yeah, I have to admit it in that I've been told it, but genuinely I cannot stand it myself. I really, really dislike my own voice. The accent definitely adds to it, but your actual voice is nice too. Just I agree, Turnip has a good talking voice. Thank you, guys. I don't want to keep fishing for compliments, but keep them coming. And the tour buses as well. I get a lot of... Actually, last year in the tour buses, people were asking me if I had ever made audiobooks and such, and I just kind of blew them off as saying, like, no, not really. It's difficult to get into. And then I realized, oh, wait, I can actually make audiobooks. So I've started. It's actually doing not too badly. So, yeah. Books. You could do some good, like, fall asleep to content. Yeah. Now, that's something I always did get a lot of compliments on. I did get a lot of people that say they come into my stream to help them sleep. A lot of people use my Turnip Reads YouTube channel now, Kaelin, to fall asleep to as well. I've had a couple of people on Discord telling me, like, it's so good as a sleep aid. And some of them have said, I mean, it's interesting. I didn't mean it to sound like you bore me and I fall to sleep. I was like, I get it. But yeah, thank you for the compliment. I knew you weren't saying I was boring. But yeah, a lot of people are using Turnip Reads to help them fall asleep. So see, I used to dislike my own voice, but now I realize it's just other people's problem. I don't mind it as long as I don't have to listen to it. Twisty, your voice isn't bad. I enjoyed being on your stream, or listening to your stream. I wasn't on your stream, but I enjoyed your stream, man. Your voice is good. You're a good streamer, actually, Twisty. Incidentally, When's the next emote drawing stream, Turnip? It was today, Twisty. It was today, but it didn't work. That was the thing I was so frustrated about. Remember the Turnip that you said wasn't waving and was doing something else? That's what I was going to release today alongside reading books and doing this, but I just could not get it to work, man. I couldn't get it to work. It was driving me insane. I think I need to see if I can find somebody who knows a lot about open tombs and can help me with it. But yeah. No, we were doing it today. Such a simple animation. My first ever animation. But yeah. I can ask Sinpip for you. Yeah, Sinpip, I heard, does some of the animated emotes for people. Jerk off, Turnip. Just give. It's a friendly, waving hellozies, Turnip, Twisty. There. It's going away now. You've upset them. Kayla, no, dude, Twisty, why would you not like your voice? I know, right? You're like Twisty. I know it sometimes sounds like I make you out to be kind of evil and stuff, but you have that lovely, mischievous kind of voice and character in your stream. It's so fun. I think you're a great streamer, man, and your voice suits it. Your voice suits your character to a T. It's wonderful. Give it a sign saying hello or something. I'll probably just leave it as it is, Twisty, and people can use it to which they choose. Oh, Vorpal. Thank you for the raid. Kelly actually clicked on the Vorpal. Thank you. Hello, Raiders. Crenopolis marbles, oh what a sight. Tap, tap, watching the disco lights. Hold the pineapple groove, let's move and glide. Party all night with these rods will ride. And now let's dance to the beat straight into pineapple groove.
Hop, step, jump, feel the thrill, let it drive.
For the parties. I don't have, was it 7 something? So Twisty, I'm just going to have to read out what you put there. Party parrot, party parrot, party parrot, party parrot, party parrot, Rebecca Black, Rebecca Black, Rebecca Black. I was going to get it, but I actually think it's just funnier if I read it out when people use the GIFs from that site. How are you doing, Vorpal? How was your stream? I hope you weren't too down on the treadmill, Envy. If it makes you feel any better, I left it to just a good old-fashioned walk of the dog today and a few like calisthenic exercises, you know, body weight stuff. I kept it easy today. Ba-da-da-da-da-da. Warpole, doing well. I was high on the copium train. that we were getting an update today, but oh well. Oh yeah! Did you see the leak though? The leak that was going about. It was posted to me, somebody had found it on Tel's Discord or something like that. Tomorrow for sure, right? Right? I don't know, like, were we supposed to be getting an update? Saw the headline, but I haven't looked into the details. Don't get too hyped on it. It kind of confirms a lot of the skills that we were expecting or knowing that we were going to be getting in the next episode. Episode 8 that's listed in it excites me for only one detail in it, which I don't think you'll mind if I tell you, but it says there's going to be a library of ancient tomes. Could be a reading skill. Could be a reading skill for old Turnip there to enjoy. But that's episode 8. Like, who knows how long that's away. Hype normally kills stuff because things aren't what you expected in your mind. Yeah, exactly. What I ended up doing, Cherry, is I didn't read it all. I just looked at a few bits that would seem interesting, but I didn't go into too much of the details. Because A, a lot of it's probably going to change, and B, I don't really want to know the story details, which a lot of the leak seemed to be. So I just cherry-picked a few things that would just be mildly interesting, or were kind of things that we already knew. The titles of episodes. It's exciting, but doesn't affect anything. But yeah, I totally agree with you. You don't want to get too hyped over it because you'll just get burned. You just get burned on it. They're working on it. You know how it goes. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah, I'm sure what a library would suggest, but that's interesting. I am hopeful. I would love a reading skill. I can think of a lot of things that they could do with it. The only reason I don't speak more on it is they weren't all my ideas. And I know somebody who's wanting to share ideas with Fen, and Sam was on board with it, so I don't want to say much. But yeah, I would like things going in that kind of direction. But with it being episode 8, that says to me it was something that was probably already being worked upon. And I was also thinking that if there was a reading skill, because I read live on stream, Fen should give me bonus XP. Like every page I read of the book, they give me a KP's worth of XP. And then we also agreed, even with that bonus, I probably would still lose the race. Library, scrolls, inscription, tomes. Yep, spell scrolls, reading, incantations. Yeah. There's so much you could glean from it and guesstimate about it as well. But it is exciting. I find that quite exciting. And if it, like, I'll keep asking them. I'll keep poking them and say, do you want someone to narrate any of it? I'll narrate it. I'll volunteer. Vorpal, academic profession to raise your intelligence for the new mage combat style. Yeah. Yeah, stuff like that. Or they provide they are the ones who enchant the scrolls or make the incantations that need to be then given to the mages or something like that. Because it could be like another weapon crafting thing. Like your scroll is held in an item slot that you use as a spell. It's like another created item, like you create a sword or a shield or anything of that nature. It could even be like that. It'd be quite interesting. But then there would have to be like a weight training profession for strength and dexterity for ranged. Yeah, they're doing a whole rework though, so it can't be written off the cards. That's actually still something possible that they might bring in. But the way I was thinking of reading or writing or incantation or anything that might be done in a library setting would be more of a supply for magic. Like it creates the reagents you need to cast spells or something of that direction. Is what I would have guessed. I think I will get 100 leatherworking tonight, guys. I think I'm going to do it. Reduced prices at the Enchantress. You know, I have barely used the Enchantress, Forpole. I know you said you were casual because you didn't even use pots. I am so casual. I am so casual. I've barely used the Enchantress either. I take XP waste to a whole new level. It's brilliant. I'm not even ashamed of it anymore. Used to be things I would hide from people because of how terribly I was doing in the game, but nah. To be fair, the use is limited in episode 4, and that seems to be where a lot of your levels are. Yeah, that's true. It's pretty much only where my levels are, really. The other levels are purely for the quests. That's all I got them for. That's why my foraging and gathering is so low as well. Incidentally, I can actually do Lost and Found now. I have the skills for it. That was something I was meaning to do today, but got caught up in the tannery and stuff. I'll do it another day. It'll be fine. But lovely. Lovely. How goes the overall level grind? How are you doing in that? Oh, 4th. Should pass Unbay Sunday-ish. Yeah. I think, from the sound of it, Unbay's done until new content or something like that by the sound of it. Nice. See, the thing is, I'm slowly creeping up. He's playing a bit still, but much less. Oh, is he? Okay. I'm nearly in the top 1,000. Look at me. I'm getting somewhere. I do actually play this on some of the stream downtime. Just not as much, really. we doing in the books? Doing the pages. 190 pages. Okay. I think we will do a bit of a book raid on the next load of leather as well. If people want to settle down, people want to get cozy, get their help me sleepy time content rolling. Vorpal, I also have most of my levels sitting at 95% complete to troll opters a bit. So really, I'm like plus 15 levels. Oh yes! I was watching you do that today. Yeah, I remember now. You were telling me about it after the treadmill stuff. By the way, Vorpal, I was looking it up for you. There are actually like some like cheap workable treadmills that aren't good for running, but if you wanted to have one near a desk, they fold flat against a wall, like almost like a trouser press in thickness. You just have to plop them down and they get to a good jogging speed. So you could easily do a fast-paced walk or a light walk or something like that. It's totally doable. Yeah, Casey has a walking pad that's like $150 or something. It's not too bad. Yeah. Yeah, there's quite a few decent ones now. Like, all the gym stuff is Mrs. Turnip's. Mrs. Turnip, she's like into her bodybuilding and stuff like that. So I tend to be just kind of borrowing it. And the treadmill is part of that as well. So it's not really mine. I'm very fortunate to have it around. But yeah, it's Mrs. Turnip who's really into that stuff more than me. They do look after me and they do keep me into a modicum of shape. But I'm into my sitting down hobbies. Painting models, Warhammer, computer games, drawing. Nobody in your stream that raided with you, by the way, Vorpal, knows how to use OpenTunes, do they? Any of the raiders? Anybody that was with Vorpal use OpenTunes for animation or anything? Because I need help. Yeah, Casey... Oh, standing desk would be nice, though for whatever reason, those are silly how... Yes, I know! I am totally with you on that, Vorpal. My desk is technically adjustable. It's a wooden desk, and it has pegs that you can adjust the height. But I would have to take everything off and lift it to a standing desk and lock it in place, and then it would be a standing desk forevermore. Which is not a terrible thing, but at some point I would like to sit down at my desk, and if I did want to do that, I'd have to take the whole load off of it. Like, I can't understand why standing desks are as expensive as they are. It's a motor attached to a desk, how complicated... Yeah. Yeah, it's ridiculous how... And it's just a torquey motor, which aren't even that expensive. I remember we used to sell them in an electronics shop that I used to work at. And when you take them out, they look cheap as well. Like, you spend so much money on it and you're looking at it and you think, what have I spent this thousands of pounds on? And it's like cheap plastic over metal. And the metal, if you take the plastic away, it's rusting and stuff like that. It's not even being protected properly. And it's minging. So then you have to spend even beyond that for the better quality stuff. At which point, what is the point? I would love a standing desk, but I cannot justify their costs. They're just so messy. You can tell what I get passionate about. I'm with you on that. I'm so with you on it. It makes me angry. Yeah. It's like the same with gaming chairs and stuff like that. Some of the costs for those chairs. And then this chair is just so much more comfortable. And it was so much cheaper, like half the price of some of those gaming chairs. And I've sat in this thing for nearly 6 hours now. I don't think I've got up once. And I am still so comfortable. Like, it's got a nice pad that I can shift my legs about, and I'm actually moving. And I do have a little rocker under my desk so I can exercise the calves and stuff like that. But yeah, so comfy. Half the price of those really, really expensive chairs as well. And when I've seen some of those up close, I'm just like, because I have friends that have purchased them, I was like, what? It's not worth that money. It really isn't. You like unzip it and it's the same foam that's in this chair. The same foam padding. I don't understand. I am a bit of a cheapskate though. I don't want to spend money on those kind of things, but I've already admitted that I paint Warhammer models. I can hardly judge people on what they spend on what is just plastic. Incidentally, I'm going to be playing Kill Team for the first time on Sunday. I'm quite excited about that. I've got a friend coming over. We're going to try Kill Team together. Vorpal, my friend was saying there's a lot of people selling office chairs post-COVID since so many people transitioned to work from home. Yeah. And you can get some really nice stuff for cheap since it's used. Yeah. And to be honest, office chairs tend to be quite good because a lot of them have went in the direction of those... Is it orthopedic? Is orthopedic the right word? I can't remember, but it's the chairs that they support your back and your lumbar and stuff like that. They have that nice bend in it. Ergonomic, probably. Oh, I think ergonomic's more ease of use. It's something or other. I think we all know what we mean. But they have that support in it, which I make do with a cushion. I just cushion up my back to make sure I'm sitting up straight. To be honest, what I tend to... This was just something that somebody had told me. It actually came up in the Final Fantasy stream as well. It's your buttocks that you need to be sitting on. And a lot of chairs, if you don't sit on them correctly, you end up slipping forward onto the pelvis. Or you slip the other way onto your coccyx. But the cushion supporting the lumbar. Or duck sitting on your chair. Which is something I do in this chair. It makes it so much comfier. Keeps you on those cheeks. Stops you from getting that if you're trying to rise from a chair and you've got those pains in your legs. Or you got the pain all the way through the buttocks into your lower back. It's so much better. So much better. Life hack for posture. Your knees need to be lower than your hips. Yes. Yeah, exactly. That's what the duck sit does as well. Because it spreads your knees out towards the sides and lower to the flat. And it raises your back up naturally as well. Which brings up your hips. So good. You know, like, they're onto something when they... got us all to sit like that and children in like great halls and stuff for our assembly when it was primary school. It wasn't until I was in high school that they started to get us sitting in chairs, and then I started to develop all the bone problems from then on to now. Yep. Yeah. It's crazy. But yeah, I sit cross-legged on this, knees down, flat, hips up, and I can sit here for hours. I don't know how yourself is, Vorpal, after your streams or anything, or I don't know how frequently you get up in your streams. I think I sit still more than most, though. Like, I usually get up to get fresh fluids, but I've had enough to last me this stream, so it has... I really don't think I've gotten out of this chair for nearly 6 hours. It's probably really bad, but I just don't feel uncomfortable. I usually stand during more AFK things like this leatherworking. Yeah, probably would be a better idea. With the camera angle, though, everybody would be looking at my crotch most of the stream. I don't know how... I know my stream's one of the more lewd ones, but I don't think that's the direction everybody really wants it to go. That's a whole different type of leatherworking. Oh, wait, I got 100. I'm a 100 leatherworker. Oh, sweet. I've got a new cape to get. Didn't even notice. Didn't even notice. Thank you, Vorpal. Thank you. Look at all these people wearing armor in the tannery. They never read the rules. They never read the rules. But yeah. We'll have to see about tomorrow and your update. Did you have any ideas on what you were hoping the update would be? Nah. The only thing in my updates list is Space Marine 2. If we had episode capes, you could have a level 100 episode 4 cape. Oh, I could! Oh my goodness! Like, you're saying that as a little sort of a pity tease to me, Vorpal, but I'm excited about that. I wish they did. Oh, how disappointing would it be, though, if they put out episode capes and it turns out it's only if you've maxed it. You have to have 2,000 Cren to get it. I do hope they do an episode cape, though. Casey deserves that. Casey deserves another cape for it. My goodness me. Combat rework is likely. I could see it getting paired with Quest in the same day, possibly. Yeah, I know. I'd heard that they were going to put up a couple of quests as well, because there was that tweet from Andrew, I think it was. Was it from Andrew or was it from Sam? Can't remember. I think it was from Andrew himself. And I heard some people chatting about it. I don't know if it was true, but apparently one of those quests was supposed to be in Hopeport. So there was going to be at least one quest for the free players and then possibly another quest for the premium players in Mines or Cren or something of that nature. Personally, I hope it's Cren, but... The quests are tied to quality of life, so it makes sense to implement them now instead of release. Okay. So they could be like level 2 or 3 star quests, a bit like the Spidey quest, possibly. that kind of level. Orpo was talking to Samuel the other day, and I told him surely we get a new repeatable farmable quest boss where we get to try out the shiny new combat rework on, and he replied with, "You're speculating rather a lot." You know, I'm with you, Vorpal. I've said this from the beginning as well. The bosses were fun. And I think more of the combat should be like the bosses just in general. That should just be part of combat. I don't think it even should be a regenerable or repeatable farmable boss. I think just a lot more combat should be like that. Because if you think about it, even with the combat rework, you go through 500 levels of each of these combats, and there's no special enemy in all of those 500 levels, apart from the quests that you do once. I think it should be even more frequent than repeatable bosses. I think a lot more enemies should take on board that kind of... They have special moves that you should dodge and avoid and stuff like that. Especially since playing Final Fantasy XIV, where it is a more frequent occurrence in all enemies, where it's the same idea. It marks out on the ground where their special attack or ability is going to land, and you need to either counter it or move out the way. It is far more fun. Far, far more fun. And yeah, I would hope that they intend to actually take it further than just the bosses. I think it should be more enemies in general. Costume, no harder, but quality of life tied to an episode skill. I just want Kren to have a Centurion mummy boss. Ooh. No daddy boss. Thank you, daddy. Good PVM would bring many people back to the game. Yeah. Yeah. And then if you've got to your max level, then they can... I think there's so much more scope they can open it up with Vorpal. Like, if you get to the max levels in any of the combat skills, or however the new combat...
Thank you, Daddy. I knew you wouldn't say no.
Prefer mummies? That's fair. But I appreciate the thank you, Daddy. But once you've reached your max levels, then it goes to your equipment, which you'll be doing with the Mines and Mantaban and stuff like that. So you want your equipment up to maybe do bosses that are beyond those max levels, but it's equipment you're going to then be putting up beyond it, which is typical of MMOs as well. But it just feels like there's no direction in that right now. So I really, really do hope to see more. Because I'm also worried in the next episodes that it's going to be kind of rinse and repeat as far as the combat goes. I am like, that's the one concern I have, because the combat is in every area, and if it is just rinse and repeat, other than what's in the quests, like the quests are the only place you see those bosses. I don't know. Now, we already know Stoma was going to introduce debuffs. Is that really engaging, though? Like... You know what this random combat needs? more RNG. Depends if you can dodge it somehow. Yeah. If they put it down like the boss combats and you can dodge it and get out of the way of it, perfect. That would be great. Or there's a curative potion. Okay, like, you could put in a curative potion to cure a debuff, but why is that any different from just having lost health and using a regular healing potion? Like, I think what I'm hoping or asking of them is just a little bit more dynamic. I know you can't ask for great combat dynamic in an MMO. Like, MMOs have their limits. They always have. I'm not asking that this game suddenly turns into something like Monster Hunter or Ninja Gaiden or a like Street Fighter sort of thing, but like they just the groundwork here is so fresh, and they clearly know the combat needs a change. They've got such an opportunity to make something just a little bit more spicy. Just a little bit more... something that you need to handle a bit more than just clicking on the enemy and clicking on a couple of bars that are sitting in front of you. Like, the boss fights already were more interesting. And I know some of them were quite easy, but at least it was interesting to do, and you couldn't just leave your character to fight it. And I don't know, like, if I was fighting the two-headed bear again, and it put debuffs on me, so I had to drink another potion as well as my healing potion, I don't think that would have made me think I don't think that would have made the two-headed bear fight more exciting. At all. Really. For me. Can't wait to redo the same thing for 21 episodes. Yeah, that's what I'm afraid of. I'm so afraid of that in the combat. I'll still enjoy the other aspects of the game, and I'll still enjoy going through the story and finding out more about it. But if there was an aspect of it that I already found really fun in the boss fights. It could be extended to more enemies. And I hope it's not just you get a debuff, and that's what the second potion slot is for in your... Or that's what they end up adding, a third potion slot for protecting against debuffs and stuff. I don't know. Vorpal just needs more interaction somehow. Yeah, currently it's click once and micronap for 45 seconds. Yeah, and it doesn't even need much, but it needs something to engage you in those 45 seconds. Waiting for a debuff and clicking on a potion isn't the solution, and using healing potions is just something inherent in any role-playing game at this point. But having to move around the field, maybe having something that lets you kite them so you can expend all your ranged... Like, some of the ranged equipment that you get has 4 ammunition, but you can barely get that 4th one off before they're upon you, at which point your other weapon was probably better as well. So a way to kite them until that ammunition's depleted or something like that. And it can come at a cost. Like, these could be things that you need to prepare before a fight or something like that. They could go, oh man, the Witcher direction on that then. Maybe some of these bosses, you actually need to prep the right stuff for them. Things like that. And what you prep for one doesn't work at all in another. Even little things like that. So it feels like you've got something to build up for it, or something to actually engage with it during the time. But yeah, that's all it needs. I don't think it's even too much. I would have been happy if every enemy I fought needed that engagement. I know it makes it a bit more active, and some people maybe liked leveling the combat rolls right now, but you didn't have to pay much attention to it, but I don't know. You kind of have to think for the people that aren't attracted to this game, and the possibility that it's because they don't... Maybe they're people that like combat-y things and they don't find the combat in this game worth looking at. I think what I need to do is have a look at people playing RuneScape more recently. Because essentially, RuneScape is the player base that this kind of aims towards, to a degree. Not completely. I came into this game and I haven't played RuneScape in years. But I'd be interested in knowing exactly what the combat in RuneScape is now compared to what I remember it. Because right now the combat in this is how I remember RuneScape when I played it when it was 2D. Henry! Hello! Welcome, welcome. How are you doing? We're speculating right now, Henry. If you're into speculating. The future of the game. Mostly on the combat. But yeah. I am really looking forward to Monster Hunter Wilds. So you can already imagine what it is, the kind of combat that I do enjoy. Oh. Turnip teas. My. You are naughty. But yeah. I don't know. Maybe I am expecting too much. Or maybe I am hoping for too much. Maybe I've been spoiled by other games. But is that not a good view to compete with, if that's what they need to compete with? But yeah, I'm going to be playing so much Monster Hunter Wilds. And then I kind of wonder how I'll feel about Brighter Shores. I've been playing a lot of Final Fantasy XIV lately, and I did subscribe to it recently. I intend to play a lot of that. I've got Monster Hunter Wilds coming out at the end of this month. So that's two very big games. And we haven't... yeah, I don't know. I don't know what I'm going to... I know I'll still be playing this game. I really like this game, and I really have high hopes for its future. But I'm finding it difficult knowing which games I want to spread more time for. I'm already going to be streaming Final Fantasy XIV this Saturday instead of this game as well. And I'm playing this more and more just during the day on the second monitor while I'm doing other things. Costume. So RuneScape combat mostly revolves around weapon swapping and special attacks, and weaving magic in, from what I've seen. As well as prayer flickering, which is cringe. Prayer flickering sounds interesting. Why is it cringe? What does it do? Where's Kingdom Come Deliverance 2? I know. I've had some people that were recommending Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, but I have already pre-purchased Monster Hunter Wilds, which is going to be a huge game. And then I've subscribed to Final Fantasy XIV, which is a huge game. And I do want to play... So this is a weird thing as well. I go play the other games. I play Final Fantasy XIV. I play it a number of times. But I do find myself, after going away from this game for a little bit, I do suddenly start to think, I actually want to play some Brighter Shores. I like it. I'm in the mood for it, and I want to play some right now. I think last night, we had a games night with friends. We were playing Formula D. It's quite a thinky game. It's quite a strategy-heavy board game. When they all went away, Mrs. Turnip and I had a couple of hours left before we were going to bed. And I could have played anything, but I thought, you know what? I'm going to actually just sit and just play Brighter Shores. And not as a second monitor thing. I just had it up. And then I chatted with Captain Rums a lot and voice chat and stuff like that for a little bit. When I found them in-game. That's why I ended up... And I chose to do that. So I still do like Brighter Shores. I know I still do. So... It still has me captivated, but it still feels like it is on time that I feel like I'm gifting it, rather than time that I think I want to have with it. If that makes sense. Brando left my ass off. True. Yeah, I've not played the first. Was the first one any good to play still, or is Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 so good it might as well ignore it, just so that I know where to put my money when I do eventually go towards, because I know I probably will play those games, and I kind of wonder what I should keep my pennies for. Cats, prayer flickering is a weird gimmicky exploit that makes no sense even looking at the UI, but the devs have started balancing around it. Oh, so now it's affecting everything else instead of fixing the problem child? Is that the general gist of it? It's not the problem child, it's the brothers and sisters that they're fixing. Rando, after 500 merch, I wanted to quit. Then got 500 leatherworking and wanted to quit more. And now I'm finishing Cren. And don't want to. See, I don't quite have that feeling, Brando. I still enjoy playing this game. However, I am miles of levels behind anyone. I wonder if my opinion is more like this because my investment was never so heavy in the game in the first place? Maybe it's because I was a filthy casual, a filthy NPC from the get-go? Yes. Okay, costume, I get it. Yeah. Is this general consensus as well? Is this one of those things where the devs aren't taking it aboard and almost everyone and their mother is saying, please, please fix the problem child. It's getting unbearable now. Because I'm hearing more and more bad news come from RuneScape as weeks go by. It seems to be like a week-to-week basis. Maybe it's because I'm only just now sort of bordering on the community of RuneScape as well, as I've started to get on with people here in Brighter Shores. Maybe I'm noticing it more. Brando, you can get a key for cheap online if you search the right places. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 does pull you forward pretty good from what I hear. but the experience is really nice. Okay. It is on my list, Brando. It is on my list. I've been a Monster Hunter fan for a long time, though. I have played a lot of Monster Hunter, and people need hunting horn mains. They won't admit that they need us, but they need us. It's the one weapon in Monster Hunter that nobody goes, ugh, they're on our team. Like, you'll have people that dislike other weapon players on their team. You'll get people like, ugh, hammer on their team, ugh, longsword on the team, ugh, dual blade monkey just running around and whiffing at nothing, ugh. But when a hunting horn comes on, people are like, ooh, okay, nice. Even if they don't hit it much, we're going to get buffs. Perfect. I love it. That's the role I fit. I love hunting horn. I can't wait. I can't wait. Orpo, I just click things and like watching the numbers go up. Simple pleasures. Yeah, it's, to be honest, it's very chill, very relaxing. I enjoy... well, do I enjoy watching the numbers go up? I think that I just accept that the numbers go up. And actually, I think that my comfort in this game right now is whatever I do right now is probably just going to be more beneficial to me later. I don't think I even care what levels I reach to in anything, just as long as I'm keeping some levels up. So I think I'm in for the community aspect of it, actually. I don't think it's even the numbers go up. Because now that I reflect on it as well, I admitted it when I said to you all, because yesterday I was playing this game. I bumped into Captain Rums a lot in game, and then I went into VC with them. I think it's that holds me to this game more than anything else. I think I've just really enjoyed the community. So maybe that's why I don't have such quite a shout in it as those that do get their numbers up, because I haven't really been doing that. They just go up because I happen to be in the game doing it. Are you not gonna log in the beta in 2 minutes? Oh wait, is that in 2 minutes? Oh, I didn't even download it. Whoops. Maybe I'll try it. I did play the previous beta, Brando. How long's the beta going for this time round? Is it still a few days? I'm not too fussed about it, but yes, I probably will try the beta. I'm not going to be streaming the beta though, because tomorrow I'm going to be playing Dino Crisis. Dino Crisis 1 and 2 was released on Good Old Games. So I'm going to play some Dino Crisis. I'm going to have some nostalgia plays tomorrow night. I can't wait. I'm looking forward to it. There's a couple of people in my Discord looking forward to it as well. They used to play a lot of Dino Crisis. Get my old Resi Evil kicks on the go. And I might just try the beta by myself. I think. I don't know. I know Naroda was asking for people that might want to join the beta with them. And I was considering it, but I'm never awake or online at the same time as Naroda. It's a shame. I think Naroda's one of the few people I haven't actually collabed with. Or I think I did once, but it was just for a very short time. And we were in collab with somebody else at that time as well. I can't even remember, it was so far back. But yeah, so I think I'll just try it in my own time. But I know of a few people excited for Wilds. And I did get a new controller for it. My old PS4 controllers died. So Mrs. Turnip got me a lovely pink PS5 controller. And I must admit, it's a nice controller. It's very nice. So I am ready. I'm ready. And it's all pink. It's a pretty pink PS5 controller. Beta is all weekend. Speaking of older games, I just decided to buy a bunch of Castlevania. Ooh, nice. Love Castlevania. Hero! Thank you for the raid. How are you doing? Halfway through the first game already. Nice. Is it Symphony of the Night, which is a la carte? I think that one was my favorite favorite one. Yeah, it is. Symphony of the Night is one with a la carte. Oh. So good. So good. Symphony of the Night is a game I could just complete in one night on stream, probably. I played that game so much. I'm not a speedrunner, but I can probably do it at a good clip, I think. Costume. I've never played Castlevania, but Bloodstained was... Was it good? I never tried it. Somebody fired it my way, and I think I completely forgot Costume. That's a good shout. I need to add that to the list. Was it Ritual of the Night? Oh, it looks like there's a couple Bloodstained games. Hero, 5th and crew is raiding the unknown. So, raid and run, my dinner is ready, and we'll be back after foods. Thank you, Hero. Little shout out. If you like variety streaming, guys, I can personally say I have been enjoying Hero streams. Honestly, you're bound to find a throwback that you'll enjoy. I think you were playing Monster Hunter Worlds recently as well, which I watched a lot of too. But if you like variety streaming, Hero 5th, a lot of fun. Costume, Ritual of the Night, okay. I do like my Metroids, I love my Castlevanias. Oh, Metroid Dread. Anybody Nintendo Switch fan? Anybody get Metroid Dread and just be filled with joy at playing a game that felt familiar and yet brilliantly new at the same time? What a game. What a game. And the name was actually apt. Like, at some parts of it, you were filled with dread, trying to get away from that robot. Ah, so good. So good. It's sort of like Blue Mage, the video game. I am so intrigued. I can't wait till I can try Blue Mage. It seems like such a controversial class in Final Fantasy XIV. I can't wait to try it. I think the character in the game has the same power as Soma? Oh, okay. And not annoyingly new like Other M. Yeah. Is Other M the one with the baby? Is that one? I don't think I even played it. I don't think I even touched it at all. I wonder if they're still working on a new Prime. A new Metroid Prime. I like the Metroid Prime games as well. Mrs. Turnip bought me the Metroid Prime remaster for the Switch, and I 100%ed it in 1 or 2 days worth of playing. I just remembered everything. It was one of those games I had on the GameCube when I was a lot younger. Was I still in school when the GameCube was out? Probably not. Ugh. But Metroid Prime was like one of the games that I had, and I didn't have many others, so I played it to death. And I was surprised at how much I remembered when I played it again recently on the Switch. I just had a full weekend of Metroid, I think, because you had the Metroid Prime Remaster, and then Metroid Dread came out as well. So good. Samus has two emotions, worry and anger, and a fucking really felt oddly perfect. It's, yeah. I would find Samus an odd hero to portray. We've all heard Samus in our head, like if we ignore other M, we've all heard Samus in our head because a lot of the Metroid games, especially if you liked Metroid Fusion, which I did, you hear Samus's thoughts. To me, she's always been very stoic. She's a very stoic kind of hero. And I loved it. Oh, I genuinely loved Samus. And then when I saw clips of other M, and I don't know, I was just like, oh no. No, that's not Samus at all. That's not ever what she sounded like in previous games. At all. But yeah. I remembered hearing that they completely wrote off the fourth Metroid Prime. Not because they were getting rid of it, but because they just wanted to redo it again. That's the thing about Nintendo. If it's not up to the standard, they just cut it from the table and said, okay, let's come at it again. Completely different. I think they've done that with a good number of games up to now. Can't wait for the Switch 2. What I'm hoping when the Switch 2 releases, there's going to be another 3D Mario platformer. A new Odyssey, Sunshine, 64 like Mario. Don't be sad, Costume. It's not scrapped completely. I think they're restarting it. Let's Google it. Metroid Prime 4. Oh wait, there was news 2 days ago that it's going to be releasing this year. What? How did I miss that? Oh, it's scheduled for this year. Really? Oh, it could be a launch. Ooh. I really like how Dread elaborated further on why Samus doesn't work with the Federation. It was a really interesting subplot in the game. Oh, I don't think I caught on that. Or I've forgotten it already. See, I monstered Dread once, but I haven't played it again. so I may have forgotten it. I need to play it again. To be honest, I have intentions of playing Dread again because I've gotten a better controller to play on my Nintendo Switch, and I feel like I could do better. I was just really caught up in the gameplay. I'm not a speedrunner, but I felt like a speedrunner playing Dread. I started to learn great moves and stuff from moving around. You know what Dread felt like? Metroid Dread felt like Warframe with the movement. I don't know if anybody's played Warframe, but that kind of fluid movement of it. The robots are Federation made, but pretty much made the world uninhabitable. Okay. Yes. Got you. Got you. And the reason why the feds didn't want anyone going there was a cover-up. I would say it's coming back to me, but I really didn't pay much attention, I don't think. But it also made it breeding ground for pirates. Okay. Yeah. See, I just remember the evil Chozu guy. And that storyline. I don't think I was paying enough attention to the actual robot storyline then. I think I got completely lost about it and I thought that that was Chozu technology. But now that you say it, I think I wasn't paying enough attention. I'm going to have to play it again. Oh, woe is me, having to play a brilliant game again. Too much lore and hidden text in Metroids. Maybe I missed it. I did not get anywhere close to 100%ing Dread at all. That's another thing. I didn't manage to explore everything or find everything. I was ripping through that game. I was having such a fun time being a badass. Until you find those robots and then you're cowering away. That's the weird dichotomy of Metroid Dread, is you are a badass flying through it, but then when you come across those robots, you're doing nothing but running away. And it's terrifying when they get anywhere near you. Oh, Vorpal, you're still on. I thought it might have been beddy times. It's not quite bedtime for me yet, but I do need to get some water. So I am going to quickly grab some fluids because I have run dry. So I'll wait till it's at the tanning bath. But I'm going to have to play Metroid Dread again. Oh, that's going to be fun. Kuramori. In Crenopolis. Who'd have thought? Okay, getting water.
Wait.
Oh, there we go. Oh, lovely. Ugh. Ugh. Ah, no! Wash! Yuck! Disgusting. Oh, I love you too. I love you too, boy. I know they were kisses. It wasn't licks. There you go. Doggo. Yeah, it's washy. How are you doing? Oh. Ooh. What's funny is you can see how long Dread was set up in advance whenever Ridley uses a clone or robot. There's always like clear warnings. Do not make it indestructible. Do not give it self-awareness. Which adds a nice mystique to just how powerful the real Ridley is. But also was pretty obvious setup for the Dread robots. Yeah. Yeah, it's Dread was... I can't remember exactly how Dread went when you first... You are instructed that you are not capable of fighting them and that you should just run. But even without that suggestion... I'm sure you could all hear me through that. Even without that suggestion, there was no other feeling than you should run from them. Because there's only one instance in which you can kill them anyway, and that's when you charge up after fighting those heart things or the cores to do it. You okay? Can I play at all? If I put a leggy up, are you okay? There you go. Oh, dog. Really? There might be some bumps of the mic and such. I'm sorry. He's just... Dog. You're gonna fall. Careful, boy. Was that a growl or did Wash just shit himself on your lap? He smooshed his face against the mic, and when he's really sniffing something, he does snort. Like, that short face does do it, so yeah. It wasn't even a growl, it was a sniff. What are you doing, dog? Just get comfy. Here we go. Oh, Wash, I don't know where you intend to go from there. Do you want on your chair? Do you want on your chair? Washy? What if I... He looks confused. Dog, you were asleep, but that doesn't mean it's dinner time. Oh, he's going back under Mrs. Turnip's desk. There we go. We had our moment of wash. There we are. Back to the game. Yeah, I think I'm going to play Dread again. I had so much fun on it. Another thing about Metroid Dread is I've never learned to speedrun a game. And I was watching... Oh, what's her name now? Is it Jaden Animates? I think it's Jaden. I've watched a few of her animations. If it is Jaden Animates, I'll go with that right now. But she learned to speedrun a game. I don't think it was a particularly big one, but she also learned like Kaizo Mario as well. And I was actually thinking, you know, it is just practice and learning. And I was very, very close to thinking about learning to speedrun Metroid Dread. It still crosses my mind to try it as well, because if I wanted to learn to speedrun a game, whenever I come up with the idea, I always think it's going to have to be Metroid Dread. It has to be. I know Metroids are always a popular one to speedrun. It's not a competitive thing. I don't think I would ever reach to become one of the top speedrunners in it. I just want to see if I can even complete a speedrun, even if my time isn't competitive. I just want to see if I can do it. And sorry to add another thing to your list of things to play. Oh, I always have time. This is the beauty of the Switch. The Switch always has time for me to play games on it. It's my favorite thing about it. And they're always fun games that are always easy to pick up and put down. Even the Metroid games. Metroid Dread felt like it was in nice chunks. Like, it didn't even take me too long to figure out the puzzle of a room or several rooms or where I had to next go. And I did that chunk and popped it down again. Done. Lovely. And a lot of the Switch games are like that. I know there's a lot of competition and a lot of good movement in the Steam Deck. But I don't think the nature of the games is quite the same. Although the Switch is good for a lot of indie games and stuff as well, I still think it's mostly first-party Nintendo games I end up playing on the Switch. Because they do seem to suit their own console playstyle a bit better. So I'm not upset about playing Metroid Dread again. In fact, I think when I was originally playing Metroid Dread, I was big into Temtem at the time on PC. When was Dread? No, it would have been a year before that. It wouldn't have been Temtem. But I was really heavy in another game on the PC. Might have been City Skylines, actually. Or Dwarf Fortress. One of those two. So yeah. Switch titles. It's never a difficult thing to add. It's a wonderful console for that. Although I am starting to get analog stick drift again. I hope they fix that. I really hope they fix that with the new one. Love my Nintendo Switch. I love the years that I've had with it, but that analog stick drift is a crime. It's ridiculous. And they had plenty of years to like adapt it or fix it up to modern day switches, and they still didn't. Find that awful. Sunshine and prosperity. Well done. Congrats. There we go. Another Patchy Pix. I don't know if I can afford another big Patchy Pix, but I'm going to do it anyway. Let's go for our favorite number to roll again, shall we? Ta-da! Got to type in big PP now. There we go. Oh my god, can't talk. Well done, Sunshine. Sunshine? Well done, Sunshine. Nice win. Big prize. 2,295 doubloons. Richer. Oh, thank you for the tippy tips. Thank you. Appreciate it. I usually have to go into other people's stream and try to snipe their pots to fund these bigger pots. So I appreciate the tips. It does help. I lost 4K in here the other night, so I'm making up for it, I guess. You spent 4K on my table last time, did you? To be honest, because a lot of people play it in the actual Patchy Pix website, I sometimes don't notice who it is putting in the bid. I don't always catch the name. Thank you, Costu, for the contribution. Nice. And before I miss your message, Nintendo Switch 2 literally brags about that and like actually good graphics. Yes. Like, good graphics is great progress, you know? It's a handheld console, it had its limitations, and it's on technology that's old, so the fact that it's now pumping out good graphics, great. That is a great step forward. Bragging about the fact that you fixed analog sticks that you could have fixed on the previous generation is just a joke. I am a Nintendo fan. I love Nintendo games. I have loved their consoles, but I am never going to be on board with them getting away with everything just because they are Nintendo. Like, I am annoyed that they're not still repairing those Joy-Cons for free. I really think they should still be repairing that for free. Like, I refuse to pay to get those Joy-Cons fixed. I'm playing on another controller right now because of it, but yeah, I really hope Monster Hunter Wilds runs in it. Costume, oh my goodness, if Wilds runs on the new Switch, PlayStation and yeah, Sony and Xbox, I like, there's no innovation there anymore. They're just like bad PCs now. And I still, oh my goodness, like, I've got friends who have these consoles, and you go over and they turn them on, and Sony still takes 2 hours to run an update. And I asked them, I was like, oh my goodness, how slow is your internet speed? And they're like, oh no, I get like a good gigabit internet speed. And I'm like, what is wrong with this thing? That was the thing that put me off the PS4. The PS4 was the last console that I got, and I stopped playing it about halfway through its life. So I could remember coming home from work, turning that thing on, and it had to run 2 hours worth of updates, regardless of your internet speed, and it just drove me insane. It was like the one selling point or the one winning point I always thought consoles had over PC was the fact that you turn them on, you stick the disc in or the cartridge or downloaded it or whatever previously, and it just played. It kind of worked. It was just there to turn on and play your game. And then they turned into these messes that were just the worst parts of a PC without any of the benefits. Because the worst part for me with a PC was, you know, tinkering. Even if you weren't downloading the game and you're running them off discs and stuff, you know, you had to try and get your favorite mods working on things, or maybe your PC wasn't the right spec, so you had to tweak it here and there to get the best optimization and get the games running properly and stuff. I know there's less of that now and it's a lot easier, and most softwares that run with your graphics cards do that all for you, but it was faff that consoles didn't have and was their biggest advantage, and now they're worse. I won't even be sorry to see them go. I'm usually an advocate in competition is great and it needs to be there, but I wouldn't be upset to see them go at this point. They've been so disappointing. The PS5 Pro Plus whoop-de-doo, whatever, I don't even know the name of it, boiled my blood. I was so angry. Sunshine, yeah, I wanted to win it back, lol. Ended up being Bet Spiral. I'm sorry, Sunshine. I'm sorry I ended up ranting instead of paying attention to that there. I'm glad you won some of it back. I'm glad you did. It's what this pot's about, you know? Causes a little pain, but causes a lot of pain. If they can hit Street Fighter 6 Monster Hunter World levels of graphics, yeah, and that's all they need to achieve. That's all they need to achieve. And Monster Hunter Wilds, you know, it looks like it could run at a level where it's a bit like Monster Hunter World. You know, like if it could just look as good as World, it would be golden. That's it. Like Monster Hunter World still looks beautiful. If you had the same kind of fidelity, for that. It would be so good. And then there could be more focus on the mainline title of Monster Hunter. I'm actually a bigger fan of Rise. Yes, I love the look of Rise. I love the freedom in Rise. I actually like the wire bugs. I know a lot of people aren't too happy with the wire bugs. I think what it is I like the traversal of the wire bugs. I didn't like their addition of combat, and I did find the riding the monsters got a bit dull and just something you had to do to get the extra damage in and stuff like that. But the traversal, oh man, that was so much fun. The traversal, like whipping about in the wire bugs and then landing on your Palamute and darting off to the next monster, so good. Yeah, they're just gimmicky in combat. It's just a gimmick, and they became very... I called them, they were very D&D paladin. They just became smite monsters. That's all that the wire bugs did for combat. Charged up this big powerful move, smite the monster with it, and then wait for it to recharge again. It was... yeah, unnecessary. The only other problem I have with Rise as well is I'm a horn main, and the hunting horn was done dirty in Rise. I know they were trying to make it more appealing. I know the dev was a hunting horn fan and wanted to try and get more and more people to pick the hunting horn, but they went the wrong way about it. The fun part of the horn was making the different tunes whilst in combat and then trying to execute it in a fun way. Whereas in Rise, Sunbreak just became rinse repeat. You know, 3 notes, play, do the dance. Even when they added extra moves to it in... Oh, the extra moves that you got in Sunbreak just made that dance a bit longer. Did you see they changed the dual blade and lance in Wilds? I don't know too much of the change of dual blade, but I like lance in Wilds. I don't know what lance maidens think about it, but I think it might be my second weapon. Especially, like, when I played the beta costume, the previous one, or the alpha, whatever it was, I loved charging down monsters on the mount with the lance drawn. It was so fun. If you want to give me a damage boost for countering as Lance, just give me a damage boost for countering. Yeah. Yeah. And, like, the hunting horn, you put down this sack. You put down this silky sack that you played music to so it would explode. And I remembered thinking, that is just the echoes from World. Why is it now a wire bug thing? This was a standard attack for the hunting horn before. I feel like I'm being robbed of another strategic attack that I had to wait for a wire bug to recharge for. That drove me insane. Yeah. Costume, oh my god, it's perfect. So as a lance main, the hardest part about selling the weapon was how few options you had for defense. But, like, is the defense weapon? Yeah. Having half your attacks have auto block is so good for new lancers. Oh! And is that like the shield on the heavy crossbow? Does it just require that you're stationary and then it auto blocks? No, like half your attacks actually use the shield now. Oh, okay, oh, cool. That wasn't a thing before. Oh. The lance, I think, is going to be my second weapon. Like, I want a sharp weapon so I can start taking tails, because that's one of the hardest things about being a horn or hammer player, is trying to get those tails and lashes for crafting things. And I don't know if it's just a sick joke that the devs like, but almost every progression in the hammer and horn weapons required tails and lashes by comparison to other weapons. It was sickening. You just had high strike, low strike. But now the new control scheme lets you just look up for high attacks. Yes! I loved that focus mode as well. And getting that aim to where you want to strike. It was actually, weirdly enough, it was great. It felt so good on the swingy weapons like the hammer and horn. I tried the hammer and the horn. I'm still going to stick with horn. But it was great because even, I know most weapons tend to go for the head when it's down, but it's in your benefit with horn or hammer to go for the head whilst they're up. Because, you know, you get the stun and you tire them out and stuff like that. It's one of the best places to go for. And monsters that have their head up high when they're standing, you can actually swing upward with these weapons now. So good. So good. You can actually hit them in the head from the ground with the hammer, which is what you need to be able to do with it. It's awesome. Yeah, it's so good. And being able to aim your playing strike with the hunting horn, which is your biggest swing usually and your heftiest one, and being able to clock them on the head. I was getting far more attack denials with the hunting horn this time around as well, which is something more found with the great sword or the hammer, but now I think the horn is going to be a viable denial weapon as well. I'm looking forward to it. I really can't wait for Wilds. So good. Are you going to be playing it from launch, Costume? Is this something we could end up playing together? We just pray for our fellow Gunlance sisters. May they finally be free from forced raw damage and get some elemental shelling. I've wanted to like Gunlance. I've really, really wanted to like Gunlance. Do you want to know the one thing that puts me off Gunlance, Costume? It's the way it's stowed on the back. I don't like how it looks. Which is the same reason I don't like the heavy crossbow either. I prefer the light crossbow because of the way it's stowed on the back. I don't like that half knocked, folded in half thing that they become. I take fashion Hunter to a whole new level of... Actually, now that I think about it, I think that's the main reason I first picked Hunting Horn as well. Because it sticks out of your back like a standard. A lot of the weapons, like if you get the Basil Goose drum, it's like this giant war standard that sticks out of the top of your back. So a lot of my weapon choice comes down to how they look when they're stowed as well. Because I must admit, in Rise and Sunbreak, the Fun Lance was fun. I didn't main it, I didn't play with it for long, but once I saw people fun lancing about the maps, I thought, well, you know, got to experience as much as you can in life, and the Fun Lance definitely applies. So much for my... I'm definitely going to be reading things today. It's nice to chat about things that I love, though. Ah. Let's check my... Ooh. Oh my god! Midnight. Sorry, after seeing my tattoo earlier today, Midnight sent me a picture of a giant rubber duck floating in the bay near... in between games. So I got into Streamlabs. Okay. Sorry, Discord's a little busy. I think it's stuff I can answer later, though. I'm really getting into Discord right now. I used to just use it as a kind of chat tool thing, but oh my goodness, it's the easiest way people have actually managed to get into contact with me. That sounds like something that would be my sister's fault. Do you have sisters that attack you with rubber ducks as well? I have friends that hide little rubber ducks in each other's houses. And I don't mean like 1, 2, or 3. I mean hundreds. Like hundreds and thousands of little rubber ducks. And I think one of them had them on their clothing once, because I found one in my house at one point as well. Okay. We are going to have to think about raidy pooing somebody soon, though. It is almost 4 in the morning for me. I was only intending to stream up to 3, but I got caught up in the conversation, guys. Thank you so much. It's been fun. It's nice. I like the chatter. I know people enjoy the reading, but I must admit I enjoy the chatter more. Let's go. There we go. Every skill in Crenopolis is over 100. Gun lance sheathes it. Is the new gun lance sheathed? Yeah, Lance proudly puts their pole on display. Some of the Lance collapses though. It's really strange. Oh, I've just been asked to collab. I just said I need to. Marty reacts. Hello. I am like timing. I'm so sorry, but about 10 minutes and I'm heading off. I'm so sorry. I've been caught up in all kinds of conversations. But yeah, like we do need to get our collab on at some point. Those lances are raw lances, and raw lances are for losers. Yeah, I have to decline the collab. I'm so sorry, Marty. Let me just... Sorry, guys. I am heading off in 10.
What up, Turnip? Hey. Well, sorry guys, I'm heading off in 10. Hey, no worries, Turnip.
Send the raid, rate us. Raid me to your stream. I shall take it under due consideration, Marty. Don't worry. Yeah, I'm looking forward to trying Lance though. I think it's definitely going to be my whenever I've been asked, it's definitely going to be my second weapon. I think Mrs. Turnip wants to use the bow. Apparently the bow is a lot better now as well. I've never been a big fan of the bow. I just always thought it was a bit dull. I don't know. I preferred the light crossbow. I liked the shuffling between snazzier ammunition and stuff like that. The bow's going to be your secondary? Yeah, I think it's going to be Mrs. Turnip's secondary as well. I haven't looked at the changes. So have you been a bow fan in the past? I like how it's self-aware of how statuses get more difficult. I thought they were getting rid of the vials, though, for the bow. Also status plus elemental, yeah. Only bow and dual blades can do that. Okay. I thought they were getting rid of the status vials and stuff. Or maybe you can implement them in a different way. As far, like, I think that was what people were saying. The coatings, even. Yeah. Yeah, they're getting rid of the coatings. See what people think of it. I'll check the Reddit. Yeah, like people don't seem too upset about it, to be honest. Most have just been like, meh, I just found it a limited resource that I'm kind of... So it's keeping the identity but simplifying it like a lance. Yeah, and I think it looks like they've changed a lot of the combat in it as well, so it's a little bit more engaging than just the fire and aim and then heavy fire, or was it the dragon arrow? I don't know the bow well at all. I remember trying the bow again in World. I don't know if I tried bow at all in Generations. But yeah, it wasn't... I always preferred the light crossbow. If I was taking away, see, I was sure that I was probably going to go hunting horn, light crossbow, but the lance has seriously changed my mind. Has seriously changed my mind. Yeah, there's shotgun arrows and stuff like that. Yes. Yes, and it looks like there's going to be like tracer arrows as well or something. It looked kind of cool. So upping the movement is the right choice. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe I'll try bow, because part of the reason I like the hunting horn as well is its mobility. When you do your self buffs, I think it's actually the fastest moving weapon after you've buffed yourself. I think you've got the fastest movement with it drawn with the horn. So I kind of like that mobility as well. Maybe a bow is something I should reconsider. I didn't try it. Maybe I should try that over the weekend. I'll probably download the beta. Or is it under the same demo?
I haven't actually checked Steam. I'll look at it later. And maybe I'll try the bow. Because I didn't give it a go. I tried almost every other weapon. The only ones I avoided were longsword because it's just not my thing. And there's enough longsword players that it won't be missed that if I don't take it. The greatsword is too slow. Way too slow. I prefer far more mobility than that. And I know it's kind of a draw weapon. You like sheath and draw it, but I can't be done with that. And I didn't try the bow either. I didn't try those three. Dual blades are evasion lance now, pretty much, which giving the useless weapon a use. Let's go. Do you like dual blade costume cats? I was never a fan. Dual blades would be really good against. The dual blades for me, I always felt like I was locked into an attack animation when I could really do with moving. I like the concept, but their execution of pretty much just being noob weapon was frustrating. Yeah, to me, it focused too much on looking cool and less on having oomph. Like, my most satisfying fights against monsters is when you, like, smack them away when they're bearing down on you or something. But when it's done with something like the dual blades, it just feels a bit... like it wouldn't work. It doesn't have that connection in the same way. And you would think that for Sword and Shield as well, but I don't know what it is about Sword and Shield, but when you bap them with the shield and it knocks them away, that still feels kind of mighty. Because the shield feels like a smacking weapon that you would do that with. The dual blades, it just doesn't seem to make sense. You can jumpstart your spinning slash and make it look stupid for trying. Yeah. But I mean, I suppose that's the beauty of Monster Hunter, is it doesn't matter what you like or dislike. There's a weapon for everybody. I think it's kind of one of the best selling points of Monster Hunter is the gameplay can suit so many different types of players. Like, I've always liked a supportive kind of role, which is something I've said in Final Fantasy XIV as well. So the hunting horn is there, and it's ready for me. It's kind of perfect. You get people who like to look good in fighting with just a few strokes, and then you've got something like the longsword and the greatsword to fill that capability as well. I'm totally going over my time costume. I'm really enjoying gushing about it. Oh, Just Scrolls. I missed your message. Sorry, it's still up. I see. Glad to see you again. Before you ask, I'm doing fine. Thanks for asking. How are you, my friend? I am well. Just Scrolls. Sorry if your message was long. I feel like you're going to answer saying, no, it was only up for a minute. You've done it again. You've actually managed to catch my message. But yeah. I am just about to head off though, Just Scrolls. It's 4 in the morning here. I've already gone way over my time. That's why I said the rework is good. It doesn't give it oomph, but it still gives it oomph-like moments. Similar to Lance's having tiny hits, but being able to take a hit head on and punish it is cool. Yeah. Yeah. So Dual Blades having an I'm 10 steps ahead attack is good. It's so cool. Okay, I'll let you leave. I'm so sorry. Don't be sorry, Costume. I've been waiting to gush with somebody about Monster Hunter Wilds. Honestly. I've been harassing Naroda. Naroda will be so pleased that you're here to take some of that gush away from me. Because I've been going into Naroda's stream and all I talk about is Monster Hunter Wilds. So yeah. Honestly, don't apologize. Don't feel sorry. I am excited. I cannot wait for the 28th. It's going to be so good. Just Scrolls, I really enjoyed using Greatsword in Monster Hunter personally. When I hit something, I wanted to feel it. That's why I like Horn and Hammer. And yes, it's only been a few minutes. You know me so well. Are you going to be playing Wilds as well, Just Scrolls? Oh. Have you tried any more Final Fantasy XIV? I've actually complete A Realm Reborn, by the way, Just Scrolls. We did it on the last stream. I'm getting into a full conversation again. Oh my goodness. Okay. We'll do one more stack of leather. One more stack of leather of conversation to be had. And that's it. And you have to tell me to get off. That is the Turnip needs to get off stream moment. But yeah, Mrs. Turnip liked the Great Sword for a good while as well. They're not quite a main though. Mrs. Turnip switches between weapons quite a bit. Which is, I think, perfectly reasonable as well. It's perfectly doable. It's a little bit more difficult on your materials to get these weapons where you want them to be, but you know, there's plenty of game time to be had. Get off stream. Go to bed. Don't let us keep you up. One more inventory. One more inventory. Won't even take that long. But it gives us enough time to give polite goodbyes and helloesies. And a last little moment of Monster Hunter. Twisty! What's that? You figured out Streamlabs exists. I told you about Streamlabs, Twisty. I think there's actually a message in our DMs of me telling you about Streamlabs. Hold on. If I have to screen cap this thing... Yes, there is. You even hearted it, Twisty. You even hearted it. I believe you, I just don't listen. I literally said, you said, how do you do that chat overlay? To which I replied, I use Streamlabs. You can attach your Twitch account to it. It'll give you URLs and add to your capture tools and such and such and such and blah, 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 blah. I'm not still awake, Twisty. I am about to head to bed. We've promised ourselves. Just Scrolls, well, I could definitely understand switching the weapons. I switch between Greatsword and Bow in World. You like Bow as well? What? Well, we were just talking about the Bow, Just Scrolls. Costuming Cats. Are you upset about the... Nobody seems to be upset. Costume Cats seem to approve of some of the changes of the bow as well. But the coatings are being taken away. Twisty, bro, I was going to test the stream to adjust the audio thingy's volumes, and Caustic dropped a loud reward and woke up my wife. Oh. The coins aren't being taken away, they're being reworked. Oh, is it? Why are people saying it's taken away? I need to try it. I need... you know what? I will try it. In fact, I'll try every weapon. I will try the longsword and the greatsword as well. And the dual blades. I will try the dual blades over the weekend. I don't think it's going to take away from my choices, though. I still think I'm kind of locked in on Horn and Lance. Really. The Lance on the mount combo was too much fun. However, the coating system as we know it is gone. It's like, I don't know what to believe anymore. I'm excited. I'm so excited for this game. I'm so ready. I'm so ready. I hope they're going to allow us to pre-download it. Capcom don't like to do that, though. $55 ice creams. I said, if everybody turned up to see me, I'd buy you all ice cream. 55 ice creams. Does he say ice creams in the clip? Oh, maybe he does. That would make a good turnip reward. I do like ice cream. I do like free ice cream for helping people that are feeling upset as well. Right, we've nearly finished the last leather, guys. Is there anywhere anybody would like to raid to? I know Marty Reacts was asking us to raid them, but I always ask the viewers if there's someone you would like to raid. I'm doing something. Okay, Twisty, why is a reward on my channel have to be 300 turnips, but the reward on your channel to even just do one detective investigation is 20,000? What is this con you're working on? You picked the one off as an example because it seems equivocal in standing in my eyes. Please keep controlling the narrative. Why not Dice Mangs? I haven't seen them around. Cool. Dice Mangs. Okay. Perfect. Excellent costume. I will pick Dice Mangs. Investigations are terrible. They're great. They're great fun. Don't be silly. They're lovely. Okay, guys. Thank you so much for today. Oh boy. We've got a lot of thank yous. Hefty for the follow. Hustler Brighter Shores, or Hustler BS, for the raid and the follow. Tabby Rose's follow straight after that. Cosmic for the raid. OJ Allen for the resub. Brit Athena for the follow. Garfield Lasagna for the follow. Vorpal for the raid. Hero 5th. I got raided how many times today? 1, 2, 3, 4 times. Thank you, guys. And Twisty, I know you didn't need the thank yous, but thank you for the resub. I appreciate it. And Just Scrolls, thank you for the support on YouTube. Thank you. Man, it's so good. I will be streaming tomorrow, but tomorrow is going to be a Dino Crisis special. We're going to play Dino Crisis tomorrow. I am really excited for that as well. It'll be a great way to test a new controller. Have a nice sleep, man. Oh boy. Oh boy, I need it. Wait. I haven't picked the raid yet. I'm still here. Don't worry. Dino Crisis? Yeah. It was released on Good Old Games, Twisty. Recently. Dino Crisis 1 and 2 came out as a package as well. So tomorrow from 7 PM UK time, I'm going to play Dino Crisis. Stop. That's so cool. I love the Resi games, Twisty. Every single one of them, including the ones that aren't really Resi, like Dino Crisis. I was so afraid of that game as a little man. It's a good game. Although, I'm going to be practically playing... It's been so long since I played it. I don't know if I'll be able to remember how it goes. But, yeah. Tannery on top, thank you for the stream. January on top. Thank you for the follow and the chatters, Brit Athena. Thank you so much. And I hope to see you again. I hope Twisty breaking into your house doesn't startle you too much from their royal visit. And I hope to see you guys again soon. And I lost my raid. There we go. Okay, on request, Dice Mangs. Just have a quick listen to make sure they're not heading anywhere soon. Perfect. Okay. We're going to say hello to Dice Mangs. Give them a cheerful hello. Give them follows. Lots of love from the Turnip. Thank you guys so much. I'll see people tomorrow. Dino Crisis. Toodles!
Oh, thank you, Turnip. Appreciate